Good evening, Vacaville. This is the regularly scheduled June 13th City Council meeting. Can we start with a roll call, please?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton,
Here.
Ritchie,
Here.
Silva, Chapman,
Here.
Roberts,
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Wiley, Mayor Chair Carley.
Here. Will you stand with me for a moment of silence? Councilmember Ritchie, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Born and unborn.
All right. As we begin this meeting, can we have an approval of the agenda? Any changes tonight, Mr. City Manager?
No, there are not, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a motion to move. Second? We have a second. All in favor? Aye. So with that, approval of the minutes from the prior meeting. Do we have an approval?
Motion to approve.
Second. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. And moving on to presentations, seeing that we have no presentations, we will go to the consent calendar. Anyone from the City Council wishing to pull an item tonight? Seeing none, anyone from the public wishing to pull an item, any one of the items from A to O? All right, bring it back to the council. Any motion from the council?
Move for its approval.
So we have a motion. Second. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Consent is approved. We'll move on to business from the floor. And open it up for comments from business to the floor. Anyone, just so everyone knows tonight, this is for any item that's not on the agenda, but it's in the public purview of the City Council. And everyone will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Sean Bird. I live here in Vacaville. Chloe Cole grew up in Central Valley, Northern California. She has one of her quotes that I picked out. And this has to do with something that's occurring here in the city of Vacaville. Quote, adults need to take a stand. Chloe Cole was diagnosed with autism and ADHD at the age of 7, which she says common comorbidities with gender dysphoria. I'll skip on down here. Independent journalist, went through medical reports. Her name is Abigail Schreier, and she said, quote, are particularly vulnerable to the pull of transgenderism. When Chloe was 11 years old, she joined some forums online that had to do with transgender. She was having difficulty, and with her history that she was diagnosed with at 7. Medical professionals and her teachers fast-tracked Chloe into a medical transition from a girl to a boy. A trend, she says, exploded among children. Quote, the gender clinic presented my parents with the classic false dichotomy. Would you rather have a dead daughter or a living son, said Chloe. Chloe, at the age of 13, began puberty blockers, Lupron, and those that don't know what Lupron is, that's a medication that's used to chemically castrate men who rape children. Also testosterone. She went into a discussion about that, how she basically went through menopause. Chloe continues to experience joint pain from weakened bone density, known side effect of puberty blockers, as well as allergies and ongoing urinary tract infections, including passing clots, etc. When my parents asked about the efficacy of hormonal, surgical, otherwise affirming treatments in dysphoric children, their concerns, this is quote, their concerns were quickly brushed aside by medical professionals. I didn't even know detransitioners existed until I was one. The only person who didn't affirm me was an endocrinologist I met. He refused to put me on blockers and expressed concerns about my cognitive development. However, she found some others. After 2 to 3 appointments, the endocrinologist put her on the Lupron for a year and androgens, testosterone. At the age of 15, Chloe underwent double mastectomy. The name of the operation, this quote, the name of the operation I underwent was double mastectomy with nipple grafts, meaning they make cuts under my breast, take out the tissue, she explained. Cole added that the surgeons also surgically removed her nipples and grafted them back into a more masculine position.
Thank you for sharing.
Creating serious side effects. To this day,
Thank you for
the
sharing.
wounds won't heal. She's 18 and she has to wear gauze to absorb.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
Leader has to take a stand.
Sir.
A leader.
Sir. Appreciate your comments tonight, but thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I have a definition I'd like to read to you first of all, and then some comments afterwards. Merriam-Webster, definition of limited open forum, also called limited public forum. A public forum created by the government voluntarily for expressive activity that may be restricted as to subject matter or class of speaker. Note, this is also part of the quote, the restriction of a limited public forum must be able to withstand strict judicial scrutiny and its effect on First Amendment rights. In a discussion, in allowing a non-governmental group to promote its ideology, in this case, LBGT plus pride flag, using a taxpayer-supported flagpole, Vacaville has created a limited open forum for opinions on the appropriateness of certain sexual relationships and activities and their promotion thereby. In turn, Vacaville must now allow access to this flagpole forum for groups with different points of view regarding these matters. The duty for Vacaville to do so is mandated under the category of First Amendment equal access. Not to allow alternate views would make the city of Vacaville liable for, quote, strict judicial scrutiny in a court of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Come on up.
I'm Tony Smith. I live out in Browns Valley, and my concern is about the fireworks. I know we have a zero tolerance policy, but I think we ought to transition to drones with a light show and music like Travis Air Force Base did a few years ago. It would be better for air quality and with less disruptions for wildlife and domestic animals. The city would set a good example by not using fireworks at all. Neighborhoods all over the city have fireworks going off, even though there is a zero tolerance policy. I live in Browns Valley. There's a lot of open space, and it's a huge fire problem. And even with weed abatement, we should start transitioning, thinking about that, because it's a heck of a logistical problem with all this stuff. It keeps going off. I know we have zero tolerance policy, but we have it now. We get it on New Year's Eve. You get 4th of July, Labor Day. There's fireworks going off all the time. We don't know if it's gunfire half the time or it's fireworks. So that's just what I want to talk about tonight. So I was just hoping that you might want to think about that in the future. I know you probably already signed a contract with fireworks for this year. And I know Travis did it with music and all that. It was kind of pricey, but I think it would be a better way to go. Okay. Anyway, thanks a lot. That's all I have to say about that. So, no. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Good evening.
Good evening, council members. According to a previous testimony by a citizen, we were talking about flags. I know that the Vacaville City Council is inclusive. My question would be to the council, would you consider also flying the Appeal to Heaven flag, which is a flag that has historical significance, not just of faith, but George Washington, during the American Revolution, he flew that flag and they appealed to heaven, which was one of the reasons why we were able to be successful in the American Revolution. And I would like to know, is the council as inclusive to allow the Appeal to Heaven flag to also be flown? Thank you.
Thank you. Him and then you. There you go. Good evening.
I just wanted to call to attention the open budget links on the website. The budget has been the website basically says it hasn't been updated since June of 2022, and now it's June of 2023. So I know the city pays for that service. I think open budgeting is a great idea, and I would love to see that. When I went and looked for the data, it's stale and out of date. So I just wanted to call attention to that, and hopefully, support getting that updated. And there are also several broken links on the website, and so I just wanted to give the city and their staff a nudge to get those fixed. I use the basically the help desk feature through the website, and so I've had to use that a handful of times to give attention to that, and I still haven't seen any of those things fixed. So I just wanted to give a nudge on that. And thank you for posting information online.
Thank you. Maybe what you can do is give your name and information to maybe the city clerk so that we can contact you, because you probably have links instead of us trying to find them.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Sir? Good evening.
My name is Jess Grapentine. I'm a resident here of Vacaville. This has to do with the upcoming vote on the WCE power situation that we've got coming up.
The MCE that's
Yeah,
on for tonight?
Yeah, MCE, excuse me.
So, sir, what I'll do is I'll just ask you to wait, because when it comes to that agenda item, then you will have an opportunity to speak when that item comes up for
Okay.
business. Yep,
Thank
thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council tonight? Please come forward.
Been a resident here in Vacaville nearly 50 years, and a prior law enforcement background, degree in criminology, master's, etc. So I'm very pro law enforcement, obviously. But one thing that has really come to mind in the last year or so are these youngsters going through town on their bicycles. I just saw another 50, 60 of them going down Monte Vista, challenging all of the traffic coming the opposite direction, and then getting upset if someone honks their horn, ready to fight. And my son was the recipient of such a thing, and the car was attacked, windows broken, things of that sort. You know, what do you do with a mob, with one person? And I would like to see an ordinance with some teeth in it. And if any young person or young adult is out doing this, that their bicycles be confiscated, period. Not to be returned. There's already precedent on this where they're actually confiscating cars that are getting caught up in these road shows in California. And cars being confiscated, not to be returned. I'd like to see something similar to put some teeth into this, rather than saying, oh, well, kids will be kids. Someone's going to get killed. Literally, some of the things I've seen, I saw one kid on Monte Vista swerved just a little bit too late, and his back wheel got run over. And of course, it disabled his bike, but it could have disabled him. So don't know what the answer is as far as what to do with help them with their time to do something more productive, but something has got to be done before someone is seriously injured or killed. So that would be my recommendation. Confiscation of bikes or cars that are doing road shows, bikes that are doing road shows, and now skateboarders are getting into the act and doing the same thing. So I just never seen anything like this in my life. And I don't know where it's coming from. TikTok, I don't know. But that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'm going to close business from the floor. City Manager.
Yes, sir.
I know one of the things that I wanted to say is for the public, if you don't understand local government, if something's not on the agenda, we're not at liberty to engage with it. We would have to consider agendizing it, but sometimes not everyone understands the process of local government. But with that, I just wanted to make that acknowledgement. It doesn't mean that the council doesn't have opinions or views or engagement with the public. It's just that it's not on the agenda, so it's not at a time that we can have the discussion. So with that, we're going to move on to item 8, public hearings. Mr. City Manager, 8A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item before you tonight is the second reading of an ordinance that authorizes the City of Vacaville to amend their contract with CalPERS related to cost sharing agreements. We have Dimple Patel and Jessica Bose from our Human Resources Department to make a brief presentation for you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Today's presentation is going to be on the CalPERS contract amendment in regards to cost sharing. CalPERS does require that the second reading and the adoption of the ordinance is not a consent item. And so today's presentation is going to be the exact same information that I presented at the May 25th council meeting. So just a couple of definitions. Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013, also known as PEPRA. What PEPRA established is the difference between classic and new members. So classic members is defined as any employee hired into the system prior to 1/1/2013. And we currently have 273 employees, classic employees. And then new members is defined as anyone hired into the system on or after 1/1/2013. And we currently have 345 employees. The normal cost is the annual cost of service accrual for the upcoming fiscal year for active employees. The normal cost is determined by CalPERS through an actuarial study that's done each year. Okay, so just a little background. All city employees pay their portion of the pension cost. So whether they're classic members or new members, every employee does have a share that they pay. In 2016, VMO, AMG, and department head groups agreed to pay more towards the pension benefits and began cost sharing, which means that they were paying a portion of the employer cost. That cost sharing amount is in addition to the employee share that they already have. So for cost sharing for classic employees, it's based on a stated amount within a collectively bargained agreement and therefore is not included in today's contract amendment. For classic members, the employee share is 7%. Then they have a 1% cost share, employer cost share amount for a total of 8% contribution. The cost share for new employees is a little bit more complicated. And so that's why it's the reason for this agenda item. So for new employees, their cost share is made up of 2 amounts to equal the total of 8%. The first component is 50% of the normal cost, which again, that is determined by CalPERS through an actuarial study that's done each year. The second component is the cost share amount that's agreed upon to equal the total of 8%. So in 2016, that was the original agreement between department heads VMO and AMG. Back in 2016, the 50% of normal cost was 6.25%. The cost share amount was 1.75% for a total of 8%. Then in 2020, we had to do a contract amendment for those same groups due to a rate change. The 50% of normal cost did increase to 6.75%, which reduced the cost share amount to 1.25 to maintain the total of 8%. And then currently for 2023, the current contract amendment for the same groups is also due to another rate change. 50% of normal costs is going up to 7.5%, which will then reduce the cost share amount to 0.5% to maintain the total of 8. CalPERS does require a contract amendment to adjust these cost share amounts for PEPRA or new employees. So due to the normal cost changing from 6.75% to 7.5%, the amendment would be to change the current cost share from 1.25% to 0.5. The total contribution for the new members would remain at the total of 8%. So the total contribution would not change. So we do have, there's no change to pension benefits for the employees. There's no impact to overall employee contribution. It will still remain at the 8%. There's no impact to the city's unfunded liability. And then we have notified all the impacted bargaining groups and then given them a list of their PEPRA employees. So between the three, we have a total of 59 employees that are impacted. Staff's recommendation is going to be to adopt the subject ordinance, and the effective date would be July 13th, or the pay period that includes July 1st. So that ends my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Not seeing any questions at the moment from the council. I'm going to open it up to the public for any comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. I don't have any questions. Is there a motion? So the motion is to, by simple motion, to waive the second reading and to approve this. Is that correct? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we will move on to item 8B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a discussion on the consideration of moving to Marin Clean Energy Community Choice Program for your energy providing needs. We have Georgianne Meggersmith, our assistant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Go ahead and jump right in. Quick background. On February 28th, MCE presented to you the potential for joining their Community Choice Energy Agency, which offers more renewable electric supply choices to its residential and non-residential
Hold the mic a little
customers.
closer.
Now it's kind of stuck in there.
There you go. Thank you.
It offers more renewable choices than PG&E. MCE has been serving customers in Solano County since 2015 when the city of Benicia enrolled. Since then, MCE has launched service in unincorporated Solano County in 2020, city of Vallejo in 2021, and the city of Fairfield in 2022. At the February meeting, council directed staff to hold informational workshops for the community regarding the service MCE provides, the benefits of renewable energy, and the opt-out process for customers should the program move forward. Tonight, we'll provide a general overview of how MCE works, the areas of discussion for the City Council, and we'll highlight the community engagement efforts that have taken place over the last few months. So MCE describes the community choice aggregation electric service as you see it on the screen. MCE buys and builds cleaner energy. PG&E would continue to be the one to deliver that energy to maintain lines and send bills. And the community benefits from renewable energy, more choices, and local control. How would it work here in Vacaville? Should the City Council approve a resolution, ordinance, and memorandum of understanding to join MCE, MCE's generation service will replace PG&E's generation service on Vacaville resident and commercial PG&E bills. PG&E will continue to deliver electricity, maintain power lines, provide repairs, and send monthly bills, as I mentioned on the last slide. And Vacaville PG&E customers would automatically be enrolled into MCE with an opt-out period 60 days before and 60 days after enrollment at no charge. Customers will always have a service choice between PG&E or MCE. And I'll now hand it over to Joanna to talk about the community engagement efforts. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the city offered 3 community workshops. Each was successfully increasing attendance. Staff recorded and uploaded the workshops later for viewing on the city's website, and along with the May 16th PowerPoint presentation. The May 16th workshop PowerPoint presentation was also translated into Spanish and uploaded again on the website. And the April 27th workshop was also verbally translated on video and also offered on the website. City staff sent 3 informational emails containing the workshop details and links to the city's MCE webpage, the poll and MCE fact sheet, and it went out to an average of about 27,000 utility customers, residents, businesses, parks and recreation participants, and other people within the city's bulk email. Each campaign resulted in about a 55% open rate. And additionally, 3 separate emails went out to respondents that RSVP'd wanting to attend these different workshops for the virtual and the midday in-person workshops. A number of social media posts also went out, and information was displayed on the city's Comcast Channel 26 and AT&T Channel 99 regarding upcoming workshops and the URL to visit the MC webpage on the city's website. Both the Vacaville Reporter and the Daily Republic provided coverage, 4 articles and 2 articles respectively, and staff created the dedicated webpage I've mentioned to offer this information hub for residents and visitors. There were 8 separate social media postings and campaigns highlighting the upcoming workshops, information, the webpage, and the community pool. Of the different posts on each thread, there was more than 60,000 impressions, the majority of which were on the city's Facebook page. The city also utilizes Zen City, which is kind of scans the social media and draws social insights. There were 520 interactions with the differing MCE posts that staff made. These interactions were going to be composed of likes and shares and comments, RSVPs, clicks, those type of things. And then Zen City also measures sentiment based on how users are interacting and the verbiage that they're using in the social media. Collectively, the average sentiment was 25% negative, 3% positive, and then the remaining percentage was real neutral language. The full Zen City report was included as an attachment to the staff report. So moving over to the website, the city launched the dedicated MCE webpage on April 14th. We updated it regularly. And again, that includes information like MCE fact sheet that we received from MCE directly, FAQs that we connected with MCE to get from the responses to questions that people had, presentation materials, the workshop videos. Again, information was translated into Spanish, and our general Bablic translation through the website was also refreshed on a regular basis to ensure all the information was translated on the webpage itself. And then, of course, there was the logistics information. We had about 800 unique page visits since April 14th, so people were utilizing the page to receive additional information. Following the April 4th workshop and hearing feedback from attendees, staff wanted to ensure that residents and businesses that were not able to go to the workshops still had the opportunity to share their thoughts. So we created a poll that included 4 questions. The first was designed to test the general community knowledge of renewable versus non-renewable energy. Excuse me. The second, to better understand the community sentiment around what influences the decisions to consider whether switching to green energy. The third question asked each respondent to rate 4 statements regarding renewable and clean energy options, renewable energy incentives, whether Vacaville should opt into a community choice aggregation company, and if there were concerns around MCE's customer opt-out structure. The final question was an open-ended question and allowed residents to share any of their thoughts that they maybe didn't capture in the offered questions. Results are also posted on the website and they were linked in the staff report. The poll was pushed out through social media, through the emails, and highlighted during the community workshops and of course on the website. There were 442 people that responded to it, and the most notable results are as follows. 62% of respondents expressed concerns with the community choice aggregation opt-out structure. 55% of respondents expressed concerns about the city joining MCE. 25% of respondents stated renewable and clean energy options are a priority to them. As I mentioned, the complete results were on the city's website, and then additional email communications that came in prior to the agenda being posted were also included as an attachment in the staff report. I'll turn it back to Ms. Maker-Smith.
So just as Joanna had mentioned, wanted to share that members of the public have continued providing comments. And so we have provided those to you. And city staff completed 2 required PG&E forms prior to the February meeting, which was the first step of the process. Those forms do not obligate the city to move forward. If the council chooses to make MCE Vacaville's default electricity provider, which would happen in the spring of 2025 would be the first opportunity, then tonight council would need to pass a resolution, an ordinance, and memorandum of understanding to join MCE. The first reading of the new ordinance would be tonight, and the second reading would take place at the June 27th council meeting in order to meet the June 30th target date. There are a few other steps, but the actual enrollment, again, wouldn't be until 2025, pending certification by the California Public Utilities Commission. The recommendation from staff is that council consider the information provided. Should council choose to make MCE Vacaville's default electricity provider as of spring 2025, the following things would need to happen. I highlighted some of these on the last slide, but just to cover it all, you'd need to adopt the subject resolution, introduce the subject ordinance, which would be the first reading. The second reading and recommendation to adopt the ordinance would be at the June 27th council meeting, and the effective date would be July 27th. The other option is you could reject with an option to consider at a future date. That is the end of our presentation. We do have Sebastian Kahn from MCE here to answer any questions, and we're also here to answer any questions related to public engagement.
Great, thank you. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions tonight, but I'm going to open it up just to the council. 4 questions initially before we open it up to the public, and then I'm sure we'll have our discussion. So we'll start with Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for coming. Thank you to the public for coming as well to give some input on what you think of this project. My question is for you, sir. Are you willing to allow our community to opt in, or is this like an all or nothing thing? Do we have to switch the whole city over for them to go to MCE and then have to opt out to go back to PG&E, or can we just use you as another opportunity for the folks that just want to switch over to you? Doing that on their own. So basically the community would choose whether or not they wanted to utilize your clean energy.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. The answer to that question is that MCE is an opt-out model by nature of the state legislation that enables community choice energy to work in the state of California. So no, we could not make it so folks would opt into the service. All eligible electric accounts would be automatically enrolled in the spring of 2025. And folks would have the ability to opt out at that time.
Why?
That is a function of Assembly Bill 117 that governs community choice energy in the state of California. It's not specific to MCE. That's how all community choice energy providers operate.
So could MCE go against that? Could they do their own thing and allow it to be an additional option without the legislation, outside of the legislation?
We would not be able to. The reason for that primarily is because in advance of that 2025 enrollment date, we need to identify in the market how we're going to serve the energy for the city of Vacaville, right? And so if it were an opt-in model and you saw a handful of people opting into the service, that would present challenges for us as an agency to, serve that energy in real time. It allows the opt-out model allows for us to plan proactively for how we're going to reliably serve the customers of Vacaville.
There's gonna be a lot of questions on this, I'm sure, even though there's been presentations. Can you explain, obviously to us, but it's going to be for our audience and the viewers online. And I am aware that some states are opt-ins, opt-out, and it is a legislative act that you don't control. I think that in prior presentations, that's always been, what does a choice look like if you have to opt out of something and you're forced into a process? Can you explain what kind of local control occurs if the city were to adopt this arrangement for our energy through a JPA and local representation? Can you explain that?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. So to highlight some of the points that you raised here, by nature of our joint powers authority, we are a local government agency. And with that comes the ability for an elected member of the city council or member of the board of supervisors, if you choose to delegate that vote, to join MCE's board and vote on rates, policy decisions, administration, and customer programs that we're able to offer the city of Vacaville. So in essence, this is about local control over your energy, and that is something that we really pride in, take a lot of pride in at MCE.
And I'm just doing some basic research on my own, and I don't presume to speak on behalf of the council, just my own questions. There seems to be maybe a misunderstanding as far as, energy. But what I have seen, and I've heard it through some emails also, is what happens if you can't provide the actual power that Vacaville needs. Does Vacaville run out of power?
The way that energy works as a commodity in the state of California is that all energy providers are required to forecast long-term what it takes to reliably serve a community. And so we put together our plans to contract in the marketplace with developers to serve the community 5, 10, 15 years in advance. If you look on our website at the moment, you can see our 10-year forecasting. It's a publicly available document called our Operational Integrated Resource Plans, and it details how we, with the guidance and regulation of state agencies such as the Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, how we're going to meet demand in our communities. So Vacaville would not be at risk of blackouts.
And how long have you been in this business? I think you were one of the first ones, is that correct?
The mic is taking a second to pick up here. We were the first community choice energy provider in the state of California. We were formed in 2008. We began serving customers in Marin County in 2010. At that time, we served about 8,000 customers. Fast forward 13 years, we are now serving over 1.5 million accounts in 580,000 accounts throughout our service area, which equates to about 1.5 million folks throughout the Bay Area, in Marin, in Napa, in Contra Costa County, and here in Solano as well. So being the first CCA, we really helped start a movement for CCAs to begin to grow in counties outside of those. Since we have been serving customers, there are now 25 active CCAs in the state of California serving over 11 million customers.
What percentage of your cities that you bring online would you say stay with MCE versus opting to choose the provider they're used to, such as PG&E in this?
Sure. I would say that ultimately this is about choice for the consumer. If they want to remain with PG&E, they can do so. If they want to continue service with MCE, they can do that as well. I'll cite the city of Fairfield as our most recent community that went forward with this process. We enrolled that community in April of 2022. A little over a year later, roughly 88% of all customer accounts in that city have remained with MCE.
Can you explain the relationship between you and PG&E on how you manage the account day to day? Because I think that that's something that's misunderstood. It's as if who's providing the energy, but at the end of the day, they're delivering it, but energy is a commodity, correct? Can you explain or further explain that?
Sure. Yeah. So the way that energy works is that there's a generation component and a delivery component of the energy. The generation is what MCE is responsible for. So actually contracting with renewable energy providers to put that energy onto the grid to then be transmitted over PG&E's infrastructure. So PG&E is still part of the equation. The transmission lines and the distribution lines that you see in your community are PG&E. They continue to maintain that infrastructure. MCE is responsible for providing energy that is fed onto our shared electric grid that is then transmitted to customers.
And obviously, everything that goes on the grid, you don't really get to decide what comes to your house. It's energy. It really is more of a contract agreement between the end user to choose what they want. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I think in order to ensure that folks are receiving one specific type of energy, whether that's a non-renewable resource or a renewable resource, you would need to build dedicated infrastructure from that generating facility right to the home or business, feeding through a substation that then goes through another distribution line that feeds to the person's home. So energy is kind of like a bathtub in that sense. We're all putting water into the tub and it feeds down the drain. But there's different sources that can be put into that bathtub, whether it's renewable or fossil fuels. That's correct.
And my last question on this before, I don't see anyone else up here with questions. I think the concern is energy reliability, because renewable energy isn't always on demand. I have a limited experience in understanding energy, and that is how quickly can the energy providers, traditionally PG&E, ramp up for high demand, high heat, where we've heard things like don't plug in your car because we have to save the energy, because you have to stand up energy, and instead of just a coal fire that can kick on, PG&E is working behind the scenes trying to make sure, how are we going to meet demand when maybe the renewable, the solar, the wind, whatever isn't available today? Because we don't want, that's the fear I think a lot of people have. Can you speak to that and answer that?
I can, yeah. So independent of load serving entities, electricity providers like MCE or PG&E, there's an entity called the California Independent System Operator, the CAISO, as you might have heard it called, and they manage the flow of electricity on the grid and communicate with load serving entities like MCE, like PG&E, how much energy in real time needs to be provided to communities, right? And California has a very regulated energy industry where we have the Public Utilities Commission, we have the Energy Commission that we're all reporting to, unlike in the state of Texas, for example, where you have a deregulated industry and folks on the market can control and manipulate how much energy costs in real time, right? And we saw some of those really devastating impacts a couple of years ago when folks were seeing $1,600, $1,700 bills as a result of those freezing cold temperatures because there was no regulation. In California, that's not the case. We have a regulated energy market, and that prevents us from that type of scenario where there are rolling blackouts and folks are seeing, egregious jumps in bills given the nature of what outside is looking like.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, just a couple questions. When also helps our emergency operations plans, a couple items down. But when it comes to power shutoff events, PSPS events, because PG&E controls the infrastructure, are they still in charge of the PSPS events, or does that fall to your guys' discretion on when the power gets shut off due to them being energized during an emergency?
It does not fall to MCE's discretion. PSPS events are a decision that PG&E and other investor-owned utilities make to safeguard their infrastructure and the communities. MCE doesn't have a decision as to when those events are called.
Okay, and yeah, kind of treating this a little bit like an interview, like back to basics, like what are the benefits or strengths of adopting MCE as a community, in your opinion?
Sure, in my opinion,
Yeah.
I think there are several. I think it's about climate and environmental leadership. I think when we look at the state of renewable energy in California, when we first started serving customers in 2010, the incumbent utility, when there was only one option, where folks only had the opportunity to choose PG&E as their generation provider, their energy was 12% renewable. Since that time, 13 years later, as CCAs have grown and demonstrated that they can reliably serve customers, the market has shifted to allow for more renewable energy to be built because there's a market for it, because agencies like MCE are serving 60% renewable energy and have demonstrated that we can do that in a stable and competitive way from a rates perspective for customers. I also think this is about choice. To my first point, I think ensuring that folks have an ability to choose where their energy is coming from, whether that's MCE, whether that's PG&E, is a benefit. And I think there are a number of customer programs that we're able to offer to both residents and to the city of Vacaville that would otherwise not be made available. For example, to the extent that the city wants to engage in energy efficiency programming, we have programs for that. To the extent that you want to install electric vehicle infrastructure. We have rebates and technical assistance for the city to be able to do that. Thank you.
And you mentioned that Fairfield was the most recent city to be adopted in MCE. What were the primary complaints or concerns that you guys received once you transitioned to MCE in Fairfield? And I know because you said it was about 12% withdrew from MCE. What were the primary reasons for that and the concerns that they had when they did so?
Well, I think it's the same concerns that have been raised by staff in the survey this evening about the opt-in, opt-out structure. But as we saw, despite some of the concerns that were raised to our call center, some of the things that we were seeing on social media, we still had 88% of folks remain with MCE service. And also in 2022, we saved customers about $90 million on their bills.
Okay. Yeah, just speaking on Fairfield again, since our neighbor and the most recent one that has opted in, what was the average change on Fairfield's utility bills? Was it the general decrease, increase, or did it depend on the light or dark green, which I saw you guys were promoting in the materials?
It varies on the individual customer. I will say right now we are about 1% cheaper than PG&E, total cost of bill. Last year in Vacaville, or in Fairfield, excuse me, that was closer to about 5 or 6%. So it varies. We don't always claim to be cheaper than PG&E, but for our 2022 calendar year, we did save customers about $90 million.
Is that pretty similar across all the different cities, or or did some end up going up significantly, or that have transitioned over to
It's fairly consistent across the board for the 37 member communities that we serve.
Okay. That's all questions I had.
I don't see any other, well, here we go. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you.
Here we go.
On the last point you made in regards to saving the consumer, we're slightly different. We being Vacaville versus Fairfield, our need is significantly higher based upon the growth and the biotech industry coming in. Do you perceive our current situation as a potential challenge for you to honor the demand, to address the demand that we would require?
That's a fantastic question. I think what we need to consider here is that before the city moves forward with joining MCE, our board of directors needs to receive a technical analysis as to what it would take to serve the city. And we're taking into account the biotech sector, the different industry that you have in Vacaville, and including that as part of the presentation to our board of directors to consider at the end of this calendar year. So I don't anticipate that there could be issues, but that would certainly be something that would be brought up before our board of directors. And even then, we would need to submit an implementation plan to the state of California to verify that we can serve the community reliably. And if the Public Utilities Commission found that not to be the case, then they wouldn't accept the implementation plan. So there are safeguards in place to ensure that we can reliably meet the needs of customers here in Vacaville.
The law, the piece of legislation that you mentioned when Councilmember Roberts was inquiring about opting out ahead of time, ahead of implementation. I read the legislation, I'm familiar with it, and that is actually part of it, the way it's written. However, if we're required to go into an MOU, don't we have the opportunity to modify or put that into the MOU that we would like to have our members, our consumers, we would like for them to have the opportunity to opt out ahead of, even though I know what the legislation says, but in the MOU, doesn't that allow you as a legal document?
I would defer to the city attorney to make that determination for you all in partnership with our legal counsel. It's not something that we have been presented with before.
Okay, and I'll wait on the next question.
Well, and I know Councilmember Roberts, you have your light on, so. Another question?
Yeah, Councilmember Chapman sparked another.
I apologize. it was stalking that I was,
Yeah.
and not Robert. It's neither nor
Somebody-
for the record.
Somebody.
Yeah, yeah, should brought up a thought because we recently had like our strategic meeting and we were talking about energy and feeding the northeastern growth area, the biotech, and we already know the infrastructure out there is going to have a hard time feeding and providing energy to those areas. When it comes to that, like if you have agreement with the city to meet energy needs and PG&E's infrastructure is not meeting those needs, how is it handled? Does MCE handle that because you're the energy provider and they're not meeting your requirements to provide energy, or does that fall back on the city and PG&E?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Before I answer that, I would like to clarify one point that I made regarding the MOU. So the MOU would not be able to supersede state law. So I wanted to clarify that bit. And to your question, Councilmember Roberts, because PG&E owns and maintains that infrastructure, they would need to make the required upgrades to serve that customer base from an infrastructural standpoint, right? That's still a responsibility of the investor-owned utility with oversight and regulation from the CPUC.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you for the information. And before we get to the questions, you talked about choice, and we've been saying MCE or PG&E, but the other choice that many people in Vacaville have made of solar. And I've been to your other presentations, and you say, if you have solar, talk to me afterward because it kind of depends. But could you just briefly address how this would affect you if you have solar on your house?
Sure. So as a solar customer myself, I think I can speak to it a little bit. I would say that what's changing as a solar customer is really how you are billed on a monthly basis. So what MCE does on our end with a solar customer, that solar produces energy. It can either be used in the home, or if it is creating excess energy, it's fed back onto the state grid. MCE accounts for that on a monthly basis. And depending on that plus or that delta, depending on how much you're using in the home, we will credit your account on a monthly basis. On an annual basis, we will do a cash out to say what the total amount of energy that you used in a given time period over that year would be. And at the time of that cash out, which previously has taken place at the time of the PG&E true up, we compensate customers at the wholesale rate plus an additional 1 cent per kilowatt hour. In reality, that turns out to be about 2 times what PG&E cashes out customers as. You are still trued up from PG&E on an annual basis based on the cost that it takes the utility to transmit and distribute energy to your home. So there's just a couple nuances that are changing. Again, this is about customer choice. If solar customers in Vacaville decide that they don't want to remain with MCE, they can totally do so. But all solar customers will be automatically enrolled at the time of their true up. With the general population, single family homes, multifamily homes, they would be enrolled in the spring of 25. Not everybody's true up date is in that time window. So if your true up, for example, was in July or August or September, you would begin MCE service at that time, and you would be notified 60 days prior, and you would be notified 60 days after that initial enrollment. So you would still have that same window to opt out for free.
Question is, you had said before, when you're looking at the plan, you consider everyone in, but then that some people are going to opt out. So I'm sure you probably plan for 85% or rather than 100%. But so the thing said 60 days before or 60 days after. So if I got the notice that said I was going to be changed to MCE, but I chose not to, could I do it in that 60-day period before it started, or are you all in and then you have to opt out? So it's just a timing question. During that 60-day prior, do I turn in my paperwork or do I wait till after?
You could notify MCE at the time of that first notification.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Roberts. and then I'm going to open it up to the public.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she brought, Councilmember Wiley or Vice Mayor Wiley brought up a good point about the solar and the true ups. Sparked some more questions because, as you probably recall, I had a lot of questions for you guys regarding true ups last time you were here. So you do the monthly true up, like whether you exceed it and put energy back on the grid versus how much you produce versus use is what it is versus. So somebody like myself that has a very large solar system, like during the summer, I'm producing 200-300% what I'm using, but the wholesale price that you guys would pay me back for is significantly less than what I'd have to buy energy for when I'm underproducing in the winter. So if I'm only producing 30% and having to pay for 1,600 kilowatts of energy, the amount I'm paying for the winter time doesn't offset what I'm overproducing for in summertime, which is, I think, one of the issues with the Public Utility Commission's kind of dropped the ball on, where versus annual true up at the end, how much you produce, how much you use, because by the end of the year, I'm overproducing, usually had a very low bill, but if it's a month-to-month thing, I'll probably be paying like 3-4 times the amount energy over the course of the year. Yeah, if it's a month-to-month true up. So is it the JPA that decides if it's a month-to-month or an annual true up? Can they make that choice to change it if they wanted to?
It's not the JPA. We do have a net energy metering tariff that our board has the discretion to make edits to or change. So it's not a function of the JPA. It is a board decision at MCE.
Okay. And with that, so what authority does JPA actually have to make decisions for, because that's effectively a rate decision, how it's being billed in the rate. And you said the JPA had decisions making authority for rates. How does that work? Does JPA, can they tell the board, be like, hey, you need this to do, if they can't actually change it? And what about those people like myself and others in here that have had solar for a while that are on the old net energy metering, like the NEM 2.0, where we still get the annual true up? Would that carry forward with MCE?
So there's a couple of different questions here. I'm hearing the difference between the Joint Powers Authority versus our NEM tariff.
Yeah.
And I'm also hearing the recent decision at the CPUC with regard to NEM 2.0. The JPA is not the same entity as our board of directors, right? So those two documents are independent of one another. What I would say with regard to the CPUC's decision, where folks were grandfathered in one way or another, whenever they made the decision to install solar on their home, that is something that MCE customers would still be subject to because that is a CPUC filing that has been made.
Okay, so if I, like myself, where I have an annual true up because I've had solar for a long time, that would carry over to MCE.
Folks will still have an annual true up regardless. PG&E is still truing customers up for the delivery of energy. So even if you're an MCE customer, you still get an annual true up. What changes is that cash out, which comes from MCE in the spring of each year, as opposed to the time of your true up, which may be a different time.
Okay, and then so back to the other question for the JPA. So what authority does the JPA actually have over the business workings of MCE and regarding rates? Like, we decide the rates go up too much, or for some mysterious reason, PG&E can magically change their rates to beat yours to try to compete. Does the JPA have that authority to lower the rates for?
Our board of directors would have that authority, yes.
Okay, so all I'm asking is, like, what authority does the JPA actually have over MCE?
It governs our board of directors, and the board of directors makes decisions as to the rates and policy and administrative decisions and customer programs that we're able to offer customers.
It's kind of like going back and forth there. So the JPA oversees the board of directors. So if the board of directors does something that the JPA doesn't like, how does that work out? Like, JPA thinks the rates are too high. How do they say that? Do they go to the board of directors and be like, hey, you guys need to lower the rates?
The JPA is just a governing document. The board is the one that makes that decision.
That's what I'm referring to as the board, because I sit on another JPA where we are the board of directors for that organization. So the people that are part of the JPA, the electeds from all the other cities.
Correct.
So they are the ones that the board of directors, the JPA, that decide the rates.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was asking for. So the board of directors is, so if they want to go back to change the rates, if it does get a little high, that's up to the electeds for the area to represent their cities.
To the board of directors, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think I understood that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open this up to the public for comment on this item. And so, thank you, sir. You may step aside. You may be called to answer some questions. Please come forward, and those wishing to address the council, there might be many of you, so you might want to form a line. So, good evening. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sam Carthen. I work for Electrify My Home. We're a HVAC contractor that does all electric, energy efficient appliances in Vacaville and in the Bay Area and so on in Northern California. We've worked with MCE all over the Bay Area, and customers have been very satisfied with them. And we've had no negative reports. MCE has additional incentive programs for customers that PG&E does not. Namely, they can make energy upgrades to your home more affordable. So I'm urging that you accept MCE as a community choice aggregator.
Thank you.
My name is Joel Barrio. I live here in Vacaville, and I do have a background in electricity. This is really simple. This man is lying. It's that simple. You can't deliver 3 different flavors of electricity on one circuit. Anybody should know that. If you don't, okay. Next item. Marine Clean Energy does not produce.
Just address it to the council.
I'm sorry. They don't produce any electricity. They buy federal contracts for power that's produced a long way away from here that we will never receive, but yet we pay the highest electric rates in the United States, and this man upsells it. Yes, I am angry because I see the cheating, I see the shallowness. This comes from the Marin Clean Energy website. Did any one of you guys read it? Have you gone into their website? Can you tell me how much money Marin Clean Energy took in during 2021? They have no overhead. They are a pass-through, tax-free organization, and yet they produced $452 million in just pass-through. What do they do with it? We're not entirely sure, but it all came from ratepayers who are already paying the highest rates in the United States, and then they upsell it. All of their power, their so-called generated power, is just federal credits. Excess energy that's produced on the Columbia River and way down there for the tumbleweeds in Imperial County, we are buying those credits, and then Marin Clean Energy claims that, well, we generated that. It's a bunch of paperwork drill. Now, they do provide some little piddly jobs around here, you know, for some very small solar farms or whatever. Those generally produce less than 10 megawatts of electricity. By Marin Clean Energy's own website, which I guarantee none of you read, they only produce, if they aggregated every one of their local produced energy, every bit of that on a good, warm, perfect day would not produce enough electricity to turn on the lights in Sassoon. That's from your website.
Sir, direct it over here, please.
Okay. Yes, I'm agitated because I've been all over town, talking to people who do not know this is going to happen to them, talking to people up on,
thank you, sir,
up on the hill, up, you know, in the projects. They don't know this is going on. You guys are doing this to them.
Sir, thank you.
I guarantee every one of you is going to opt out of this. because you know it's a scam. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Let's see if I can beat the clock. By the way, the action of the city council, can you imagine being an elderly person or somebody that has to have a caregiver and you're trying to figure this out? I received this message, actually a bunch of us did when this person found out, so I'm not going to use this person's name. Hey friends, so-and-so here. They did this in Fairfield, giving us the option to opt out before automatically signing us up. My PG&E bill jumped 30% the first month, and when I called to cancel and opt out from MCE, they said, well, you have to wait one billing cycle for it to be effective. So they got me for 2 months when I never knew what it really was about or how it would affect me. Buyer be warned and tell the Vacaville City Council, no, I don't want MCE, instead PG&E, while you still can. Mr. Mayor, I think those 2 bar graphs that staff put up there are really telling, and maybe you would consider having those go back up there, because I did go to the website and I went through their survey. I don't think I made a comment on it though. It was pretty clear from those bar graphs, people said, I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't trust this. Frankly, you can buy renewable energy on PG&E. And listen, I'm no fan of PG&E, don't get me wrong, because I could spend your whole evening talking about a little bit smack down on PG&E. And I think Councilman Roberts asked some very good questions there. You get to be an advisory body. I really don't think they offer us anything. I think they came here to pick that apple. So it's up to the council, of course, but I do urge you, we don't need any more confusion and utility issues. They want to provide some green energy, as they call it, or renewable, great. Sell it to the state, but I don't like this whole thing. It doesn't smell right to me. I'm sure they're going, no, but it's really good, at least for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Evening,
evening.
Mayor and City Council. I'm Joan Marquand Wilsey. I hope that if the council considers going ahead with this, that they not make the decision tonight, but before making any further decision, have in place things to answer our questions. A lot of us have questions. I'm a solar user also. I don't understand yet. I was also looking into the MCE material. There are a lot of various opinions. So I think we need to pause, not go ahead with something that's being pushed to a June deadline, and reevaluate. I would hope that if we do go ahead, that our city staff, perhaps with partnership from MCE staff, be available to answer questions. Today I tried to call MCE and there was no one in the office. I was referred to send them an email, which I did. I hope that I get a response soon. But that's the kind of agency I think we might be dealing with, and I don't think there's enough transparency for us to be confident in it. Vacaville deserves better. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, council members, I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm not for this program. I don't think the city should have the right to opt its residents into a program that they have to either opt out or opt into. What gives anybody the right to say who I got to buy my power from? I don't think that should be your guys' choice. I don't think this program should go forward. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. So I'd like to just ask the audience, this is actually your ability to comment to the council, and this isn't like in a performance where we cheer and clap. You can have your feelings and your emotions, but it just distracts from the actual point of a government interaction. So, but I do appreciate how it shows your sentiment, but it's more important that we just hear from you. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm here tonight because I did not see any of the notices that came around in April or May or whenever those it came out. But I did hear from a neighbor who was concerned, and that made me ask some questions. And I called my mom, who is a resident in Fairfield. She's 92 years old. And I said, Mom, what's on your PG&E bill? And she said, oh, you know, they've been charging me an extra $45 every month since last year. And when I called, they said I had to opt out, but it was too late to opt out. So I just have to keep paying that money. And I feel like this MCE plan is nothing more than a money grab. I think that it's a way for some people to get rich and the rest of us to line their pockets. And if there's a way that we could all opt out unless we wanted to opt in, that might be an option. But it sounds like the state has tied our hands. We can't do that. So I would sincerely hope that you all vote no on this and not subject your residents, your elderly people, your poor population, people who can't afford an extra $45 a month because they didn't know that they could opt out in a certain amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Bernardini, Business Manager for the Napa Solano Building Trades. We represent the working men and women of union construction in Napa and Solano County. There's a lot of people here that are going to talk to you about the merits of should you or shouldn't you. I'm not one of them. I'm here to talk about the projects that Marine Clean Energy builds. They use project labor agreements on all of their projects. As part of the PUC, they are prevailing wage, and so it makes sense. They also have a 50% local hire requirement, which private companies can do. Cities have a harder time, and that got put into place when we did a project in Benicia. They did a solar farm out on Lake Herman Road, and halfway through the project, they said, these numbers aren't looking like we're gonna hit 50%. So we had a couple meetings, talked to some contractors, talked to our unions, and we made sure the local folks were working on that project. So I do know that there's obviously people on both sides, but should you approve this, just know if there's a need and they do need to build, they are going to be using union men and women and a project labor agreement with local workers. So good luck on your decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. How's your time?
Okay. In 1850, a surveyor named Josiah Whitney climbed up to the top of Mount Diablo. He pointed his transit at where he thought Half Dome in Yosemite should be. He saw nothing but a thick haze of smoke, and it stayed that way for over a month. It was caused by burning of hundreds of thousands of acres by naturally occurring forest fires that year that had occurred that year and every year before that since the dawn of time. And it still occurs today. It was not caused by global warming or climate change. Why? Because almost no one lived here at the time. It was lightning. So we can take old growth redwood trees and look at the rings and determine that there are many cycles of drought followed by just a few wet years. And this has happened over and over again, and it's happened throughout my entire lifetime. Drought here is a natural thing, as is flooding. From about 800 AD to about 1300 AD, we had a 500-year period of droughts. No global warming because there was nobody here. MCE just wants to take your money. You've been conned into believing a lie. They want you to be afraid that the world is coming to an end and you'll pay anything to stop it. Remember that Greta Thunberg told us on June 21st, 2018, quote unquote, a top climate scientist is warning that climate change will wipe out all of humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels within the next 5 years. Well, here we are. Well, the polar ice cap hasn't melted, and if it had, well, Vacaville should be under at least 6 feet of water. There's no reason to be afraid. If you want to help the environment, go out and clean up some litter. Or plant a tree. Or better yet, cut the brush down from around your property to reduce wildfires. Or donate some money and some time to the Wildlife Center. But if you want to pay 100% more for renewable generated power, go do it. Just remember the words of the late magician Harry Anderson still ring true. In his book entitled Hello, Sucker, which is about hustlers and con men, he wrote, quote, "A fool and his money should have never gotten together in the first place." I think that holds true here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is William O'Connor. I'm a resident of Vacaville since 1984. I'd just first like to say that when they put up the statistic that 55% expressed concern, that to me seemed to be a meaningless statement. Can you tell us, and I ask to them, I'm sorry if I'm not, can you ask them how many people were dissatisfied with the energy the MPE, MCE, or whatever, sorry. Can they answer that question?
Well,
How many were actually dissatisfied?
Well, what will happen, you can, whatever questions you have, you can
Okay.
address them. They're taking notes. And
All
at
right.
another point, we'll come back to that.
And what was obviously missing from this discussion is after the 60-day period when we can opt out, what's the cost to the person who chooses to opt out? Because it seems to me to be a penalty that prevents you from opting out. That's what it was implied. And how can I know what my energy bill is going to be at the end of 2025? I will not know what I get back from PG&E or what I'm charged from PG&E, because I've been told that the problem with this plan is that PG&E is going to bill people for the transmission charges if they're not using PG&E as their provider. So at the end of the year, it sounds like you're getting some money less on your electric bill, but in the end, you're charged by PG&E because you're not actually using their service, and they're providing that transmission service, so they get to bill you, and at the end, you come out as a loss. You get a higher energy bill. Now, what I heard from this gentleman was that they only saved $1 or 1% or something like that of the energy. That isn't a lot of money. And if they're going to charge if PG&E is going to charge me, I want to know at the end of the year how I'm going to get really billed, what the actual cost is going to be, and not have to be penalized if I decide, well, wait a minute, this is a bad deal. So I would ask you people to amend the contract and say people who experience a loss have the right to go back without penalty and opt out after the 60-day period, because I don't think that's fair. I think it's a mystery number how much money you're going to lose. And when you find out you're losing a lot of money, well, guess what? It's going to cost you a lot of money to if you opt out. So could you ask of this gentleman, what is the cost of opting out?
Sure, thank you. And I assure you that question will get answered. We'll make sure we get to that question. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Well, I do appreciate the need to have choices in the energy market. I fail to see how this actually improves choice. They seem like a reseller of energy and a middleman in terms of ways that are already generating and distributing the energy. So I don't actually see the value add. Based on the very limited amount of research I did, this seems to come from Assembly Bill 117 that was passed in 2001 or 2. So that's 20 years ago, and to see why this is coming to fruition now, I also failed to understand that. But in the Assembly notes and the comments back in 2002, it says, this bill changes the burden on the individual customer because it permits cities and counties to aggregate the load for every customer within their jurisdiction, and it requires the individual customer to opt out if she wants to continue buying power from the applicable IOU. And what this does is it places a burden on every single citizen in our city to opt out of a program that they perhaps did not ask for in the first place. And so I think it's important to call out that additional burden And thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Council. My name's Paul Troxel, and I'm a 36-year resident of District 2. Still sounds very Orwellian to me. But what I'm here tonight for is to express my deep dissatisfaction with this council. I cannot fathom how you have arrived at the position that you need to decide for the people of this city how they should purchase their energy. Each of us citizens has the right to purchase groceries, clothing, medicines, automobiles, or whatever other items from whatever entities and private parties of our own choosing, without any city, state, or federal interference. What's the driver behind this very small group of people who know next to nothing about generation and transmission? And I'm referring to the council members. That you should be the decision makers on this. We have elections, and matters as such are well suited to them. I would support a decision of this magnitude to be on a ballot, with the faint hope that more people would be interested in its implications, rather than decided by such an infinitely small percentage of the city's populace. With all of the other problems that Vacaville is facing at this time, it's truly amazing that as much time, and no doubt money, has been spent on this. And this town is aging fast. The roads and parks are not what they once were. Crime's on the rise, along with drugs and homelessness. The city council sees that what we really need is another entity inserted between PG&E and us that really, when studied carefully, does nothing more than sell us energy purchased from places sometimes far away at a higher price. I truly trust that you do not operate your houses in this way. I sincerely hope and pray that all of you here tonight have looked at the responses from so many people here in Vacaville that do not support this. Those that have emailed, attended meetings, and are here tonight are sending a majority message to you that this is not what we want, and even less what we need. I do not support the city or any other governmental entity directing by decree or law how I'm to spend my money. Should there be options that truly supply cleaner, more efficient, and sustainable energy at lower cost, I assure you, I will come back to this podium and espouse its benefits and support it being on a ballot for the people to decide. I said a ballot. And to close, I strongly encourage this city council to vote no on this for one primary reason. You were not empowered with this authority, though you may have been led to believe so to make this decision. Vote no now, and when reliable, truthful information can be had, then put it on a ballot for the people to vote on. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Carly. Thank you for sitting up here and bringing this to the attention of the community. I know many of you, and I know you know that I do a lot of communication in this community, a lot. And one thing that I did notice was that on the website, not on the website, actually on the agenda in the attachment, it said that you guys had done a lot of things to communicate this to the community. As somebody who does a lot of communications to our community, Facebook, not effective, ever. Don't ever rely on Facebook for people. Small proportions of people actually go on Facebook. You do not reach all generations across the spectrum. You do not reach all people across the spectrum. I was looking at your social media. You had an average of 2 to 10 people that engaged. That's not over 100,000 people who live here in Vacaville. Going further on, you had 50% who expressed concern, more than 50% on your survey. And, this really just isn't the choice for Vacaville. We just had a ballot recently. Thank you for mentioning that. We had a ballot recently to ask for an increase in tax. This is just another tax without it being on a ballot. And right now I'm thinking of all the elderly people that I work with too, who struggle with keeping track of finances and different changes in bills, and they got caretakers taking care of them. But then we've got people in low-income communities. We have people who are in underrepresented communities. And I know that you put this in their languages and stuff, but this still doesn't mean that it reached all of them. And they will be affected by this, especially if they're on any kind of a fixed or a low income. This is not going to benefit the people. It may benefit the city. I'm not sure. I haven't dived in that deep to it. But if you're taking a stand to bring on a new electricity or energy company to benefit the city, it's, your buildings, whatever, over the people, elections matter. And elections are coming up again. So please keep in mind that we voted our elected officials in to be fiscally responsible for the citizens too, not just the city. So I'm really hoping that you will consider dropping this. Don't move forward on it. It's not going to benefit us. And there's a lot of people in here that gave their expressions, which is our right by the Constitution to express ourselves, to let you know that a lot of people are not happy and they don't want to do this. Not enough information, and we're just not going to be good with it. So elections matter, and we expect you to be fiscally responsible to the people. Thank you guys for your service.
Thank you.
Vacaville is it's quite a city. I was raised in Vallejo, and we didn't know too much about Vacaville at the time. I think it was a smaller city than Vallejo at the time. I live in Dixon now. The reason I'm down here is because Vacaville sets the trend for the minor cities around us. Winters, of course, Dixon, any of the other smaller areas would follow Vacaville's lead most probably. You're a model city. I remember years ago, a broadcaster from San Francisco said on a Monday morning, says, I went up to this little town called Vacaville. It's the most amazing place. It was like I was in a different world. And I go to church here in Vacaville. I worked here in Vacaville for many years. And I can say I'm proud of having been a part of the economic and religious structure of this town. I don't know a lot about MCE, but I do have some observations. PG&E, I'm 74 years old. I can't remember a time when PG&E was not operating. Now, perhaps that's true when I was a baby, but otherwise, no. PG&E are capable people. They've kept the grids going for a long time. Well, if you have to develop something in an outlying area of your community for another industry, PG&E's got to do it. They've got smart people. If they need to buy more energy, they can do it without help. They'll just shop around. Oh, well, there's a solar farm, cheaper energy, let's do it. They're capable people. Why does there have to be another level of a broker making a lot of money and relying upon all the work of PG&E? It's just an observation.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name's Tim Skipper. I've lived in Vacaville since 1984. 4 years ago, while I was hanging my Christmas tree lights outside, this young gentleman came up to the door. And I didn't do my due diligence with this conversation, but he sold me this plan where I can lease my gas instead of going through PG&E. I could go for them. And I could opt out at any time, every anniversary after that. Well, the first few months was great. I was paying half the cost of my gas than I was paying through PG&E. But slowly over that year, it started getting more and more and more expensive. And he didn't explain to me that even though I was getting my gas through them, I'd still be paying a pittance to PG&E. Well, every anniversary, I've tried to opt out. I get PG pointing this way, the gas company pointing this way. I'm now paying 3 times as much of my gas than what I would be paying if I had PG&E. Now, I'm not saying that MCE is credible or not. I've done a little bit of due diligence that I didn't do before. But all I ask is that if you decide to go through this, there's got to be an easy, foolproof method at no cost that someone can say, okay, I realize now that I'm paying more than what I should be paying. I need to opt out and go back to the devil that we do know, which is PG&E. That's all I'm asking for. If you decide to do this, make sure we understand the rights and the real way to do things to opt out if we don't want it. Thank you.
Members, my name is Rudy Rosselli. I am a 16-year resident of the city of Vacaville. I've enjoyed my time being here, and fortunately for me, this was my last duty station when I was in the Army, and my wife and I liked it so much, we just decided to stay because Vacaville is such a great place. interesting thing that I noticed in the presentation that was given is that it was stated that MCE considers themselves a government agency, which doesn't seems right because the city council would be negotiating with a private nonprofit organization to determine how much people would be paying for their electricity instead of allowing the company which generates that actual energy to determine what the value is of that energy. And we're negotiating for that, and it doesn't seem right. It should be that the people make that decision as to where they get their power, where they get their energy, and how it's being done and how it's being given to them. If they're only given the option to opt out, I guarantee you there are many, many people in this city that don't even have a clue that this is going on right here in this room. No matter how much you put it out to them, I texted many thousands of people, not correct, let me rephrase it. I texted many, many people stating to them, hey, this is going on tonight. This is what it is. And most of them came back to me saying, what are you talking about? What am I going to have to opt out of? What is this thing that's going on with MCE? If they want to court the people of the city of Vacaville, they should be courting the people of Vacaville and not just a small representative portion of the city. They should be out there on the streets. They should be out there campaigning to make sure that they can get their voices heard, just like I do when I campaign to go to try to get to Congress. It's important that they do that work. I don't think they're doing that work. And as representatives of the people, I think you should demand that that's the work that they do. If they really think that they've got a solid product that is not just a pass through, for them, a not private nonprofit company to make money, I mean, it says nonprofit, but realistically, they are making a profit. They are making money in order to pay their people and all of the things that they do. But that's a pass through, and they're not producing anything. So I urge you to put it to the people, let the people make that choice and vote against this and allowing this to happen, make people opt into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? Okay.
Yeah, so.
Good evening, council members. I really appreciate you taking the time to actually look into this, ask the questions, and understand what's being presented to you from MCE. So MCE is not new, maybe new coming to cities, but I used to live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and every single month we had a new energy person that was coming in to present their product. And it kind of became fun after a while. I was calling my kids, hey, come here, we got a new person. Let's see if we can direct the conversation differently. It became a game. But I did become an MCE customer. I hear a lot of people wondering what's going to happen. Well, what happens is they sign you up. They talk about they have a good product. I can't say they have a bad product. What I can say is when you get your bill, you get the charge from MCE and you get the charge from PG&E, because PG&E is not going to lose out on their money. So they match PG&E matches what they're charging you. Now you have two companies on your bill that is charging you. And you're going, what? I can tell you my husband asked me, what did I do when he wasn't around? And why did my bill change? Why, for the money that he's working for, now he has to produce more? So, then the next salesman comes by and we go, okay, well, we'll try yours. It seems to be less. And every single time it was the same situation. It didn't matter if it was less or not, or if it was cleaner. We just had always a higher bill because I was desperate to get away from PG&E and their prices and how they got to monopolize and change whenever they wanted. So this is what, if you say yes, this is what's going to be happening to the residents. Now I live here in Solano County, and that is what's going to happen, just so you know. The other thing is, for the first time, I decided to get solar panels. And when I saw the report and how my bill was going to go higher than everybody else's, I thought, absolutely not. But if the city makes the decision, it's going to absolutely happen. I love your questions when you said, what's going to happen month to month? Because you will still get your bill from PG&E and you'll get your bill from MCE. And solar panel owners will have a much higher bill. So again, I thank you very much for taking out the time to ask the questions to seek. And for those that have not had MCE or other companies, I don't have any problem with this man at all. I respect his hustle, right? And they went to a higher and tried to get full cities involved. I see it. It's business. But as far as residents are concerned, their bills will go higher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? I'm going to go ahead and close this from the floor and bring it back to the council. I would ask, there's been a lot of questions and provide the opportunity both from MCE and also from staff. But sir, if you would like to come to the podium and be able to address any of those questions, there were several in there that I know that the council and the public would like answers to. Thank you.
Thank you to those that gave public comment this evening. There were a number of questions and comments and concerns in public comment this evening. And what I would like to say is that I understand that new technologies and new ideas that are put forward in a city may have questions and concerns. When the telephone was invented, people had concerns about that too, and now we carry one in our pocket each day. To address some of the specific questions, on the door-to-door piece, it sounds like a number of folks here have interacted with folks coming door-to-door and trying to sell them a product, whether that is gas or electricity. And I want to assure folks that MCE does not go door-to-door. That's not something that we do. We are a not-for-profit local government agency, and we don't recruit customers in that way. We have a public process to bring cities on board. So if there are folks out there that have experienced folks going door to door, that's not MCE. That's not something that we do. On the opt-out piece, I've heard that there were challenges with previous communities about how to opt out of MCE service. I want to be very clear to this council and to members of the public that the ways in which folks can opt out of MCE service are very clearly illustrated on the 4 mailers that we send to folks in 2025. You're going to get the option to call in to our call center, which is in-house, has a very dedicated customer operations team that is able to opt folks out, and also to provide public comment and speak at our board of directors meetings, right? These are public forums. On the piece about being charged twice, I really want to emphasize here that right now, as a PG&E customer, you're still being charged for generation services. MCE's charges are not a separate charge. It shows up on that way as a line item on the bill because it's broken down now differently that the city is enrolled in MCE. You're being charged for generation and transmission and distribution. And previously, as a PG&E customer, that was all one single charge. You're getting charged for distribution and generation in that same line item. It's broken down differently now. It's not a new charge. Some of the comments that were addressed, or some of the comments here that I heard were also about us being a middleman or a broker of some sort. And I want to say that as an agency, we are able to provide renewable energy to our communities and are regulated by the state of California the same way that PG&E is, the same way that any other CCA in the state is. This is a very regulated process, and we send out our power content label, which is verified by the state, that says how much energy we are providing to customers on an annual basis. And there were comments raised this evening as well about us, the validity of us being a not-for-profit public agency, and and that we are somehow charging more and we're here to make money. That's not the case. We're a not-for-profit. We are a tax-exempt organization, and 89% of our revenues that we raise go directly back into purchasing clean, renewable energy to provide our customers with. And what I would like to close with this evening is when folks move to Vacaville right now, they're automatically enrolled in an energy service, and that's PG&E. With this, folks will have a choice over where their generation is coming from and the choice to have cleaner, renewable, locally controlled energy that's made, decisions are made by a member of the city council, as opposed to a monopoly investor-owned utility. And right now, folks don't have a choice over where their energy is coming from. This provides an opportunity for folks to have that choice. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the council.
Well, the one question that I didn't hear an answer from, which came from the public, was can you address the purchasing of federal credit or contracts?
Yeah, that's not something that we do. So all of our energy contracts are posted publicly on our website, and you can see where we're contracting. It's within our operational integrated resource plan. Energy is regulated at a state level and a federal level. There is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, but to suggest that we are purchasing federal energy contracts that's simply not true.
And there was another comment that was the amount of energy that's produced versus so MCE both works to work with those who produce it, but if you don't produce it, where does it come from?
Yeah, so we have a local feed-in tariff program, which I heard some folks speak to during public comment, where we contract with local developers to purchase that energy within the community. And we do have several of those projects in Solano County. We also have projects that we contract with to serve our communities that are not located in Solano County, that are not located in our service area. That is a function of how energy works, period, in the state of California. PG&E as well is also purchasing energy from different counties, from different states. It's not all generated here in Solano County. So I would say that.
Thank you. Any comments on communication? I know that came up this evening as far as the ability to reach. I know this has always been a problem, right? In this ever-changing world of information from everywhere, but do we really connect with the community?
Sure. And before we get to that, I wanted to point out, I think there was a question about the cost to opt out after that initial
That's right.
120-day period.
Thanks for bringing it up. I got it.
Thank you. So the cost to opt out after that 120-day window, the 60 days prior to enrollment and the 60 days post-enrollment, is $5. And that is something that if it presents a challenge for a family, I heard a lot about this evening about cost and affordability for folks. If that presents a challenge, our customer operations team during previous enrollment has had the ability to waive that on a case-by-case basis, but it is $5 across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there. It's difficult to reach everybody in the community, especially people that don't have necessarily a desire to be connected to the city, whether that's through social media or Nextdoor or email. They might not get a newspaper. They might not tune into the city's local channels. So we as a city do our best to plaster the information as far and wide as possible, but it's certainly not possible to reach every resident. What we do highly encourage residents to do, and we encourage them through different means, whether it's a utility bill insert or email QR codes to encourage people to sign up to receive city emails. We encourage residents to get connected with us so that when things like this do come up, we have the ability to send out that information. In this particular instance, I provided a bit of an update on where we did connect with residents. Our reach went beyond Facebook in all of our social media channels, email Nextdoor, the local newspapers picked up some of those articles. So, if this is something that the city council chose to move forward on, certainly we would come up with a campaign on how to ensure that our residents are informed, not beyond just what MCE proposes to do. We would ensure that we're partnering with them to provide, information at events and, potentially even door hangers, right? We would work with them to make sure there's a much further reach for residents.
Thank you. Yes.
Also, to add on to staff's comments, prior to enrollment, if the city council decides to move forward with MCE, we will be putting together a comprehensive community outreach plan that includes a media strategy, that includes an in-person tabling strategy, that includes an in-person workshop and public forum strategy.
Does it include a door-to-door?
It does not include door-to-door. We don't go door-to-door. In partnership with the city, we work with city staff to best identify the forums and the community spaces that would allow us to effectively reach customers. That's something that MCE does for every community that we enroll. We did it in Fairfield, we did it in unincorporated Solano, and we did it in Vallejo in the last 3 years. So I can commit to the city council that very thorough community outreach and engagement will be conducted as a part of the enrollment in spring of 2025. We'll start putting together that plan as early as Q1 2024 in partnership with the city.
Thank you. You can go ahead. We're going to bring it back to council now, so you can go ahead and have a seat. That was just to address the council or the comments from the floor. Thank you. So bringing it back to the council for discussion. I have thoughts, but I'm going to wait. Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you both for your presentations, and I thank everyone for being here. We also got quite a few emails about the process, and I have some thoughts that I will share. And one of them is that in 2019, I believe that council, none of whom of us were serving at that time, they had the same possibility to put MCE forth, and at that time, they chose not to. So then no one in Vacaville had a choice. I had quite a few friends that were interested in marine clean energy and just climate issues and what can we do to make a change. And so that decision by the council in 2019 effectively took the choice away from anyone in Vacaville. And so now we're looking at it again. And if we make the same choice that they did then, again, no one in Vacaville will have any kind of choice besides PG&E or solar panels. One thing that I want to consider is if we do make a different decision and say we want to move forward with the resolution, then all of you who are active and involved can opt out. And then the people who want in will be in. I have an elderly mother who's 91. So yes, it is hard for people sometimes to understand. And that's where we need to have a good education for everyone there. But we talk about how can these people make the decision for everyone. If we just do not go forward, then we are making a decision for everyone. If we say, let's move it forward, then everyone can make a choice, opt out or not. In Benicia, I think they've been in it the longest. And when they started in about 2015, they had about 85% of the people participating. And now they have about 85% of the people participating. So it's held its own. I was talking to a friend last week in Vallejo, and she said, I did notice a difference, so I opted out. So she had that choice to do that. So that is one consideration. Another thing that has not come up tonight is special programs that people have through PG&E for like lower income families. If they're already in a program with PG&E, will that transfer over to MCE? And we were told at some of the meetings that it would. So that's a good consideration as well. Another thing I just wanted to mention was that there are charges, PG&E's bundled transmission and the source. So that's why there's two charges, which is what was explained earlier. The other thing that hasn't come up is natural gas. Natural gas is not part of this at all. It's only the electricity. So a lot of people see their bills go up, their utility bills go up, and think, oh, well, this is just going to be worse. But this is not at all connected with the increase in natural gas. There are other things on the forefront with electric billing. Just this week, there was a change that's going to the PCU about doing things on an income base, and that was in the paper, and it was something that's been changed. So between now and 2025, other things will change as well as far as billing goes. But again, this gives people the choice, and you can opt out. The other thing that I just wanted to say is that I do agree with the benefits. The MCE does give back to the community. They have rebates for heat pumps, they have rebates for more efficient furnaces and other things. So that's another thing to consider for us. Will it help the customers, the people of Vacaville, who want to have a rebate for being things more energy efficient? So those are the comments that I have. And when I make that decision, if I vote to go yes, it's not that I'm discounting your voices, and I'm glad to see you here. But I'm also thinking about the other people that are in Vacaville that won't have a choice if I say I'm voting no.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. First, I would like to note, as many, probably all of us, we have received many emails for and against moving forward with MCE. In listening to each of you that came forward this evening, a couple of thoughts came to me. You presented some ideas that hadn't crossed my mind. The individual that spoke about maybe placing this on a ballot and letting the community make the decision to go forward. Please don't, please don't. Thank you. The ballot is a possibility. There is also the possibility of asking staff, directing our city manager to look at other choices, other options. Renewable energy, we definitely have got to address. We need it. We're desperate. A resident, the young lady that came forward, speaking of the bill or having well, two of you, a parent, an elderly, older parent. I just realized I have a resident, a friend that lives in Fairfield, and my husband and I became her care provider until she was able to live independently again. Just this past weekend, she said, "Sarah, you've got to look at my PG&E bill." She is paying, this is no lies, I'm sitting here, 3 times what she normally paid. Not saying it's because of MCE. She has solar and PG&E, and she lives alone, and she's always managed her electric. Why has that increased so significantly? I enjoyed hearing that MCE has hired and is hiring and addressing PLAs. Wonderful. I support hiring our own and keeping money in the community. And we desperately need the jobs for our people. I've spoken with the representative, PG&E representative recently, and we were talking about batteries. We were talking about a lot of stuff. And he made the comment about the grid, not knowing how much longer PG&E's grid was going to be able to accommodate. We have already it's been shared with us during our retreat from our city manager about a biotech area and the increase in energy that it's going to require. I'm going to be honest, I came in here this evening ready to vote in the affirmative. In hearing from you, I'm in a different place. I'm going to wait and hear from the other colleagues, my other colleagues at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot of thoughts on this. Like Mr. Bird, I have my very own opinions on PG&E and how they operate, specifically like monopoly. So I have a lot of friends out in Sacramento. If you guys aren't aware how much cheaper electricity is in Sacramento with SMUD, it's about a quarter of the cost as it is with PG&E. Like I'm all for green energy. I have solar, drive electric vehicle, and so I'm fully supportive of that. But just like when you look at it on a grand scale, when I charge my car here, yeah, it's like 20, 30 bucks. When I charge it in Sacramento, it's $7. So when you guys are kind of like, oh yeah, PG&E is what it is. They do have a monopoly and they are a for-profit company. I personally don't believe any for-profit company should be running utilities for a city or a government. But as Vice Mayor Wiley said, there is a couple benefits to this. There is a choice. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But then the big thing that's for me is city councils are slowly having local control taken away from, whether it's developments based on legislation that the state's pushing down. And if I'll have to look into the JPA and the board of directors for MCE, if that is true that city council members do make the choices on rates, this does give the city more local control over our utilities that we currently do not have with PG&E. Thing with that is you have to have somebody that's aggressive enough on that board of directors to maintain that's what's best for the constituents of the city. It was also brought up about fiscal responsibility. I'm a big proponent of fiscal responsibility for the city. And I'm very curious as to, on a city aspect, because that's much easier to track than individual households for 100,000 people, is possibly reaching out to other cities to be like, hey, what's your last 5 years prior to MCE? What was your average PG&E bill? City of Vacaville is about 5 or 6 million, I think last time I saw. And how has that changed, positive or negatively, since the transition over to MCE? Because Fairfield's the newest, but some of the other ones have been around since 2010, 2013. So they do have the history of what their energy bills were like pre and post MCE. Yeah, I see the pros and cons of switching to it, given a choice. I'm concerned about the solar myself, as I brought up earlier. So I'd be curious to see what happens with that. Ideally, I'd like to be off grid with my own battery system there, but by state law, I can't go off grid with PG&E. It's illegal, so can't do that either. Yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I'm going to be debating. I do have a motion after everybody has the opportunity to speak.
Well, we'll have to go with what's also available, and then we'll get some direction from the city attorney on that as well. But this is perfect for our dialogue for sure.
Yeah.
So if there is a motion in there, it'd be great to have a conversation amongst the council. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, staff, and thank you to the public for your comments. I think seeing this sort of civic engagement is outstanding to see people come up here and speak their mind, because it is important, and we are listening. I'm listening. I think it's very admirable for communities to, I think it was mentioned before, to try to become environmental leaders, I suppose, or to find clean or good ways to generate power for our communities. But I'm a firm believer in capitalism. And I feel like if this provider if they were providing a clean product at even the same cost as what folks are already paying for, people would be jumping at the opportunity to sign up. They wouldn't have to be forced in. And while we may be adding a choice by being able to vote as a body, we're making one choice that is going to spawn thousands of choices and confusion, and people that aren't going to understand or are going to have to pick up the phone and call or get help and do some of those things. I just don't feel comfortable making that decision on behalf of this entire community. I think that while this legislation is an opt-out model, I think that if the energy was provided at a rate that was competitive in our capitalist society, that wouldn't be needed. And so I'm a no. I'm going to stick with what we have. I believe that if there are cheaper, cleaner options available, I think that they can stand on their own without government interference and forcing people into a decision that they're not comfortable making. I really admire your advocacy for trying to create or trying to find cleaner solutions, with what you're trying to do. But I mean, this is about people too. And when you're looking at folks on fixed incomes, and when you're talking about choice, I think it's a little convoluted to think that we're going to make a choice on behalf of 100,000 people. that they're going to have to then in turn forced to make a decision whether to stay or go somewhere else. And so for that reason, and the other reason too is slide 10. Can you put up slide 10, please? I think is it that 10? Nope. Was it 7? Let me try 7. Where was the one that showed the feedback that we got? I thought it was 10, but I could be wrong. 8? Try 8. Next slide.
Slide after.
The bar graph, correct. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, my apologies, 12. I think the small portion of society that you were able to reach spoke pretty clearly. So for that reason, I can't support moving forward with MCE.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to maintain, not talk too much my voice, but you know, it's not lost on me why we're here. You know, the I is not bigger than we. Like, we are here because of you guys. So when I feel, I'll try to be very unemotional as a businessman. One of the last comments really caught my mind. I really quickly just went to my own self. There's always a cost in business. And so it really kind of jarred me a little bit, the fact that after we obligate somebody to something, then you spend the investment to figure out if it works. If I can operate like that in my business, that'd be awesome. But I'd spend a lot of money, time, and energy ahead to make sure I provide the best product and service for my customers to then benefit. So that little piece kind of really stuck with me. I'm actually was a proponent for this because I don't like monopolies. I think there's a lot of banks, there's a lot of this, a lot of that. I want more competition. I want green energy. I want everything that they stand for. But I also want to honor the community. Regardless of what I feel, I think we're owed that investment. Maybe it's a loss, maybe it's a profit, but spend the money before we vote and guarantee your business to prove the community at whatever way you need to get out there and don't knock on doors. We've all knocked on doors for elections. It sucks. It's a lot of work, but nothing in life is easy if it's worth it, right? So if you want to make a profit, you have to make the effort and pain sometimes. So I'm not even going to respond to my pro or con opinion of the energy. I think we do need a choice, but I think there's a few things we can do to give a unequivocal, like, this is what the community wants. Maybe we should have you guys do a bigger investment prior to saying yes to the dress, and we're stuck with it. And just come back and say, listen, this last study was insurmountable. It shows, you know what, after 9,000 houses, maybe the math is skewed. Maybe we actually do want it. But I think we can spend that investment or loss to make sure that Vacaville falls in line with the other cities that got it. I mean, once again, I think I'm really excited for the opportunity to have something else besides PG&E, because you can't expect to have something to be, they have no vested interest to provide us anything more than they have to. And that's the hard part about having one monopoly. Like, why not? Like, they have 300,000, I think, miles of lines they can't even find. You can't dig more than 3 feet down without being in danger of hitting something, possibly. Like, they have enough problems, so they do need that competition like SMUD in Sacramento or green energy sources. So I do feel that we need something else, but let's find a way to let Vacaville have a better voice at the table, say, we do or do not want this. And my opinion is kind of skewed. I do want to see more choices. I think capitalism, I'm a big fan of it. I think I talk about it every time. It will drive down prices if it's true good capitalism. Once you really kind of stab the monopoly, it's going to create opportunities. So let's start the process. It might be with MCE. I think it is, but we have to make sure it really needs to work. We need to get examples of other cities at 0 to 1 years, 2 to 5, 5 to 10, and put it on paper, then show the community, guys, this is what it is. The opt-out, like, it does suck. I mean, hate it, but it's Assembly bill. We can't change that. So I don't want to kind of complain about that. We can go to legislature and change the laws. But I mean, we can't change it in Vacaville. So we in California are stuck with the laws that were already put in place. So I think that's kind of a mute point to kind of moan and groan about that. We can change the law, but that has to be on a ballot at the state level. So we all vote on that. But until that happens, we got to play in the sandbox we have. So I think Vacaville does deserve that. I think they can spend some money and time investing and look at the other communities and bring it back to us. And we might see, you know what, 442 people is give us a skewed estimate, but 10,000 might say, hey, listen, guys, it's 50-50 out of 10,000 households. We're either going to opt in or we're going to opt out, or it's 75% of 10,000 says, get this sucker out of here. Then we need to honor our community. So I personally feel like I would like to find a way to give more opportunity to the exploration through an investment in the community, and not for myself to say yes or no at this moment.
Thank you. First, I really do appreciate all of you coming out tonight and all the emails and the communication. And what I find really interesting is when you hear things, like you said, that you haven't heard before, great points that come up, sometimes in an email, sometimes in person, sometimes passionately. There's good reason to be passionate about things that you believe in, and that's really what is the advantage to have access to your council. When I recall when this came to the council, and it doesn't seem that long ago, but time seems to fly rather quickly. And sir, I really appreciate the different presentations I've seen you do. And again, everything about what you have presented, I think has been thoughtful. You've tried to provide a direct and authentic perspective of representing MCE. So thank you for that. I contemplate the question, what is choice? And we say we want choice. And then what I tried to do over the course of time, and to the gentleman that brought it up, have you been on their website? Oh man, I've lived on their website. I've also questioned why, since 2002, we live in a state that says you have to join and then you opt out. But there are other states that are opt in. And it caused me to ask the question, why do we only look at our way right now, and why in the last several years hasn't there been legislation change for people to say, yeah, I'm all about renewable energy, clean energy, truthfully, for the city of Vacaville, reliable energy. Not just because of how we feel about PG&E, but I also had to really think about it for family that live in town that wouldn't know that they really wouldn't understand looking at the bill. They would call family, they say, help me understand the bill. I don't understand this. I don't understand the charges. I don't understand true up. I too have solar. And sometimes it's that adversarial relationship we have with those companies that provide services. We could argue we don't like a particular bill that the city's involved in. It could be, water, sewer, and utilities. Power's another one of those. I seem to also try to think, can I think about another industry or another time? And sir, you brought it up, when the telephone came around, the next thing you know, we've got cell phones. We don't even think about it. This may date me and some of us, but all of a sudden there was a choice besides AT&T, and you could get your long distance carrier. And I know that for years and years and years and years, I went all over trying to go from one carrier to another, trying to get the best rate. And all it got me was frustration, because the question really is were they providing extra lines, or were they actually somehow brokering on other networks to provide some kind of a discount, and who was profiting from it? And ultimately, the benefit really is we live in a capitalist society. And so I commend the fact that when there's opportunity to create that capitalism, but then I also ask myself, these are utilities that have been normalized over time. And I honestly have weighed this, and I didn't come completely feeling one way or the other. I had strong feelings as for this is good, and I had strong feelings why I thought that this is a real challenge. When this first came to council, again, Vice Mayor Wiley brought up a good point. It's been to council before, years ago. And so this seems to be new round 2 for this council. And has anything really changed? Well, I think there's a lot more people who are concerned about renewable energy. I have solar too, and so it's like there's nothing wrong with that. But then also having reliable energy, it's who is creating the sources of new power, and what does this really mean? And so, what is choice? And so, as I think more about this, the power that you or I get in our home is the same power whether you choose one entity over another, because the providers, solar farms, wind, hydro, the coal fire, nuclear, all of them are the systems that we're in right now, and that's a whole nother conversation. But I really am concerned for the city of Vacaville in its current state and also in its future state. We're trying to bring industry. So those are things that I would expect an MCE or any CCA out there would have to understand. Well, what are your demands? The next challenge that I really struggle with is, and I am aware that there could be GAPA or like board representation, but then the real question is does the city of Vacaville really want to be in the business of providing a brokered power source for renewable energy, or does the city of Vacaville just simply support renewable energy? Every time in considering anything that I've been involved in, the moment that we take on the responsibility of providing the alternative, and this is an opt-out, and so if the council decides we're doing this for the city of Vacaville, we own it. The question is what do we own? We own the ability to say that we're giving you choice. But the reality is the industry is going to dictate renewable energy choices anyway, and PG&E they're going to go down that same market of trying to find ways to find renewable energy because sunlight's abundant here. Wind can be abundant. But at the end of the day, we also know that we have challenges where we have to have reliable energy, and those aren't always reliable. And so I understand the CPUC can regulate California differently than in other states. But I also ask myself, why would I want to make a decision for everyone is if somehow it was a popularity contest, when in fact there are choices. I can choose not to like the current provider for frustrations, but there are current choices. With PG&E, they actually offer renewable energy choices. And so the variety of choices, still at the end of the day, what you get on a hot summer afternoon is probably coal-fired. And it's the aggregate of what we heard tonight is wherever that energy can come from, it's going to come from. It's going to come from all over the Western United States. And I've seen what that looks like. I commend the alternatives that are out there, but we're not looking at alternative power plants. And for that, I don't think it really creates choice as much as it creates a spotlight on that there are options as we move forward in whether it's clean energy, green energy. Clean energy could be nuclear, but we're so afraid to talk about it. But where's it going to be, or hydrogen and all these things in the future? And for that reason, energy reliability for me is the highest priority as we're moving forward. Choice is also the same thing. And I just don't think that this is truly giving you a choice. And in fact, what you're likely getting is those numbers probably are the vast majority of people don't pay attention to what it is, and they just assume and accept it. And then those numbers become inflated as this is like a very popular product, but at the end of the day, maybe nobody's really paying attention to it. I do believe that there are so many people that are trying to be conscientious of how we can create renewable energies, because the sun is very powerful. It's right here, but unless you store it, you're giving it back, and now you're wondering what that's going to look like. Those are just some of my thoughts. But the first time around, my real concern was opt out, and until it's an opt-in where you can actually decide to pull your bill and say, I think I'm going to try something different, then you have the choice. That's where real competition occurs. This isn't real competition in the free market. This is an alternative in the free market that through legislation has created a space for an opportunity. Don't get me wrong, I think it's great to have opportunity, but it's not really providing a choice. And for those reasons, I'm a no, not now, because I don't believe an opt-out option is the right answer for Vacaville. Oh. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I was gonna make a motion if there's no more comments from the council. Yeah, due to the weight of this topic, I do believe this should be a topic that all members of the council are here for, including Councilmember Silva. So my motion is to continue it to the next council meeting. Because I do think all members should be here.
Well, let's have a conversation from city attorney and city manager, because there is a recommendation in front of us and there's a timeline.
Well, so there is no formal recommendation.
Right, there is no formal recommendation.
But I apologize. Thank you. So the only real issue with continuing it is that there's a time factor here, because if you do choose to approve it and go forward, you wouldn't have the opportunity to do a second reading in time for the deadline. So you would miss this year's cycle. So that's the only thing that I wanted to make you aware of, that if you were interested to do it, the first reading would need to take place tonight, followed by second reading at your second meeting in this month.
I just had a question regarding the timeline for MC. So does the board only meet once a year to bring in new customers or new jurisdictions?
Thank you. So the board would vote in November of this year. Yes, it is a once a year item that the board would decide upon. That June 30th timeline is to ensure that we can work between now and November to determine from a technical standpoint what it would take to serve Vacaville, and that's why that timeline is in place.
So if we continue this one, the next opportunity would be next November for the board to vote to bring us in.
That's correct.
I would still like the motion to continue it with a couple caveats in there on directing staff to talk to the other cities in our jurisdiction to see what the city's actual rate changes were, because while we are talking about constituents, the city is by far the largest contributor to PG&E. In terms of millions of dollars. See if Fairfield's or Venetia's or somebody else's, see what if their bills increased or decreased. And
the question I have, though, a motion to continue really puts this off this isn't happening, because it wouldn't fall in line. And so that motion, while it can be a motion, what it really does is it defeats what could come out of tonight, which is to take this up as a roll call vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's just asking for a buffer. They technically don't vote till November, so if it pushes it off by 2 weeks, it's.
Well, Mr. City Manager, did you want to make a comment?
Well, in terms of the time frame, go ahead.
Right. And then one thing for city attorney, because there are options now, brought this up to city manager before, is this something we can put as an RFP between PG&E and MCE to make them, because capitalism, go between the two companies, what's in it for us? What's being provided to the city? Motion.
Is there a question for the city attorney about a discussion? Yep. Yeah. Hold on a second.
I mean, I guess the motion still stands for continuing the next one, so all council members are present for.
Do I have a second on this motion? right, the motion fails. Any other motions? Councilmember Stockton?
I make a motion that we deny utilizing MCE and that we do not bring it back to a future council meeting unless a council member seconded by another council member and a majority vote of the council votes to bring it back.
So that's you have a motion.
Oh, and I'd like to add also a 10-minute break after we vote.
That was already coming. That was already coming. That's not.
Just making sure, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
So
It's on my list. And we have a second. Let's do a roll call.
I had a question on that. So with that other piece on it, so you don't want it brought back unless
council brings it back.
Yeah. So I'm saying that if next year we want to bring it back, because they're not going to be able to get it done before this year anyway.
Yeah.
So if, for hypothetically, if you wanted to bring it back at a future council meeting during council comments, you would make a motion, somebody would second it, and then a majority council could vote to bring this back.
Okay.
Because things could change.
Yeah.
Right. So that solves.
Yeah, I just want clarification on that piece.
Right. It would follow.
A 10-minute break.
It's coming. I assure you of that. And so we have a motion, a second. And we have
Who
a
was
roll
the
call.
second?
Sarah, Councilmember Chapman.
You can ask for that.
Okay, we have a roll call.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes. But hold on a second. The
I'm
motion-
voting yes that we deny utilizing MCE and that we bring back, if we are to bring it back, it will be by a council member at a future meeting.
I want to be clear.
Yeah. So my vote for yes is that we keep what we have and we don't bring this back until somebody wants to vote to bring it back.
May I?
Hold on. That was a motion and a second. So that's what the motion is. So with the roll call.
Mayor, can I make a clarification? Your comment not to bring it back, is that not to bring MCE as an option back or any community choice aggregation program?
Well, I think in this particular case, a community choice aggregate, which currently is MCE. So I think the point of order here is the intent is that it doesn't just come back before us. It comes back as a recommendation through a council recommendation.
Right.
For a community
Yes.
aggregation program?
Yes.
Councilmember Chapman?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wiley?
No.
Carly?
Yes. Well, thank you for your time. We're gonna take 15 minutes.
Oh, nice.
I was gonna give you 15. I gotta stretch. for a short recess. Mr. City Manager, what do we have next on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a resolution approving an updated emergency operations plan. Our Fire Chief, Chris Concepcion, and Jeremy Langwell are here to give you a presentation.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We're here to bring for your consideration the adoption of the updated emergency operations plan. And just for a little bit of background, we have a emergency operations plan. The last time that it was updated and adopted was in 2009. And just because it's been 14 years doesn't mean that we haven't touched it or looked at it in those last 14 years. In fact, we try to exercise it on a regular basis. And we do, as the fire department is responsible for emergency management for the city, we review the emergency operation plan regularly. There are several triggers that, or several things that trigger an update to an emergency operation plan. Some examples are a major incident, for example, the LNU Lightning Complex fire. We take a look at the emergency operations plan to see if it was adequate for the city, if there's some changes that need to be made. Any changes in operational resources or operational or regional resources like in the organizational structure or a formal planning process. Those are some of the things that trigger a change in the emergency operations plan. This current update, our EOP is being reformatted to ensure compliance with FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and Cal OES requirements. And then also we are adding an extreme weather annex due to some concerns by the council and the public. And then also for coordination and consistency with the county's emergency operations plan, because most of the things that this EOP handles are wide regional emergencies and disasters. So why have an EOP? Well, first and foremost is to save lives, and then second goal is to reduce property and infrastructure damage, and to make sure that things continue even after in the recovery phase of these disasters, to make sure that things continue to run smoothly, to minimize societal disruption, keep critical facilities operational. And then a real important factor and the reason why we have an EOP is we're dependent on state and federal recovery funds anytime we have any of these major disasters. And in order to qualify for that, we have to have an adopted and approved EOP. So what does an EOP do? Well, it's our playbook. And it's a playbook for major disasters. It provides a framework. It provides a framework for response and emergency management systems, defines the roles and responsibilities of the city's emergency response system. And then I want to make it clear that this serves as an operational plan for large-scale incidents. So everyday emergencies that the fire department and police department run on and handle on a daily basis, that's not part of this. What we're talking about here are major disasters, major incidents like the major wildfires, earthquake, those type of things. That's what this is for. That's what the emergency operations plan is for, not the day-to-day emergencies that we handle as the fire department and law enforcement does. And then also establishes that organizational framework for the implementation of the standardized emergency management system and the NIMS, which is the National Incident Management System. And then it helps us interface. Like I said, most of the things that this is a playbook for are wide regional. If it's happening here in Vacaville, it's probably happening throughout Solano County and maybe even all of Northern California and such. And so we have to coordinate with all those agencies. And function of EOP is to help us coordinate with all those other agencies. So there's a couple of things that we're addressing with this update, some council public concerns, two in particular. One was the extreme weather. This came up a few years ago, and we realized, anytime we'd have some days where we had extremely hot weather or extremely cold weather, we had no plan. And we, actually, as far as the emergency operations plan, all of our annexes are all the specific playbooks for emergencies like, an earthquake or wildfire. We actually just use the county's adopted annex. And the reason we do that is, like I said, is because it's usually a coordinated effort. And we realized a few years ago that we didn't have, there was not one in the area as far as extreme weather. So Jeremy Langwell, our battalion chief that's handling emergency management for us, has drafted that, and it's going to be part of this new emergency operations plan. Then the other thing that came up as a result of the LNU lightning complex fire, there was many concerns, even though I consider and will continue to consider that the evacuation during the LNU lightning complex fire was a huge success. There were things that we can improve, and there were some comments and concerns from the public, and so we want to make sure we can always see what kind of improvements we can make, and so those are things that we're incorporating in this update. So first, what we're doing with that extreme weather annex, we're incorporating this and making it part of our EOP right now. As I said, currently there's no operational area or Solano County annex, although I'm happy to report that Solano County actually is in the process of updating their emergency operations plan as well. And from what I understand, when Fairfield realized that we had drafted this, they're actually using the same information and the same thresholds that we've got going, that we're going to be using here. So what this does is it addresses warming and cooling centers essentially and outlines parameters for opening of those centers. What we do is that annex calls for using the weather station. So we'll use the weather station at the Nutry Airport for forecasting. And when that weather station states that in the forecast, we see that, and the triggers are, if we have 2 or more days as far as extreme weather of 105 degrees or more, we're going to establish cooling centers. So we'll work in the city, and usually, obviously it's widespread, we'll coordinate with the county as far as cooling centers. And then 2 or more days forecasted for freezing 32 degrees or colder, we'll establish warming shelters. So that's the particulars of the extreme weather annex. The other concern that is being addressed is the evacuation centers, or the evacuation. And so what we're doing right now, the county actually got a grant, and they're using, they bought some software. That software is Zone Haven. And we are working in conjunction with the county. It's a countywide effort as far as coordinating evacuation, and the software actually is live right now. It's in use, and so the public, I mean, I'd like to make sure that everyone goes to this website here. If you go to aware.zonehaven.com, and you can use your mobile device, and it actually pinpoint wherever your mobile device is, or if you're using your home computer and that the location services are recognized there, or you can input your address. It'll tell you what zone you're in. And if you know, it's important that the residents know what zone they're in, because this is how we're going to notify, and it's going to help us. It'll help us to pinpoint. It'll help us to pinpoint what areas we need to evacuate, and we can specifically notify those specific zones for evacuation. So it'll go through, Alert Solano and all that. So we can actually evacuate just certain zones. And Mayor, you were part of the Emergency Operations Center during the LNU lightning complex fire, so you know how, what kind of process goes into that. So this actually simplifies the process, streamlines the process, and coordinates it countywide. And if people know what zone they're in, then they know whether or not they're actually, that's one of the biggest issues during an evacuation. Am I evacuated or am I not evacuated? And this actually simplifies that for us. So those are the two major things that concerns that came up and are addressed in this, are either addressed in this emergency operations plan or are currently being worked on countywide. And then just wanted to let everybody know that this EOP update has been reviewed by an outside third-party consultant, Jacob Green and Associates, and they reviewed it for compliance with the FEMA Comprehensive Preparedness Guide, or the CPG. It's the latest CPG that they're using. So they have told us and assured us that our update is in line with and in accordance with that latest preparedness guide. And the way they do that is they do what they do, a crosswalk. It's like a checklist to make sure that we're complying with all with FEMA's comprehensive preparedness guide, as well as the state's standardized emergency management system. So it has been reviewed by a third party to ensure compliance and with the latest requirements. And then lastly, this item is exempt from CEQA, has no fiscal impact, and supports strategic plan goal number 1, which is ensuring public safety. And our recommendation this evening is for the council to adopt the subject resolution. And that concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I know there are lights up here. Very much appreciated all the work over the years, especially during the LNU fire. Really got to see an emergency operations EOC center operate during some very tense times for the outcomes that we achieved together. It was quite impressive. So thank you for that. With that, I am going to go to Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks so much for your report. This is awesome. Reading this report over the weekend really kind of touched back to myself and Jason, Councilman Roberts. We were just in a TCC meeting and really had a deep dive in how, and they highlighted us how what you're doing to prepare our community is something that's evident throughout all Solano County and other places. How much detail we can go into are really doing. But it was amazing. I mean, I think being up here as elected official, I think the last discussion we had, there's this kind of misnomer that just as we're here, we know everything. I'm very, very proud to say what I don't know. And I think that's the beauty of we all have different skills. And being a part of this and being through LNU as a resident and seeing how much you guys have to go through, it's amazing how much public safety and how much OES and all the groups that plan for disasters have all the work you have to do that no one sees. And I was reading this like, my God, you had a whole section on war, and that kind of hit home. Maybe if Roberts wants to talk about it, but I really just wanted to really applaud. Like, it's amazing how much you guys have to do that you'll hopefully never use and learn. Like, this report was a lot. It was not easy. It's hard for me to read because I'm not used to reading. But it was very insightful. Like, I just wanted to really applaud everybody, all the hard work, because you're not just writing this thing out as 180 pages and then put it on a shelf. You have to be able to actually implement that, and almost like a football drill at a moment's notice, and that's amazing. So it's not lost on me on how in depth this is, but it's not just the depth, but you have to implement it without missing a beat, like a surgeon. If you mess up, then that family might have a misdirection route to get out of the city. So I just really applaud all the effort taken to build this, but everything you build, you have to know. And that's something that is not lost.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. I was able to read through it. I do have a question in regards to, in regards to the warming and cooling center temperatures, are you given a range, or is that a set degree provided to you that must be adhered to?
That's our trigger those are triggers that we've set up that, if it reaches 105 degrees for 2 days in a row, then we will set up a warming we will set up a warming shelter or a cooling, I'm sorry, a cooling center.
And vice
The other way
versa.
around,
Yeah,
right?
I
Cooling
understand.
center.
Okay.
And then vice versa for the freezing weather. However, those aren't set in stone. If, say, for example, we expect a lot of rain, during the winter, and the temperatures don't necessarily go to freezing. We do realize that folks are going to need some shelter. So we will consider that. It's not, these are triggers, but they're not set in stone triggers, if that makes any sense, right? So we will consider the circumstances.
Okay, because 2 days at 105, some of us can't last 1 day or 2 hours at 105. And so to know that we have a number of unsheltered individuals in the center, in the city, that's rather high, and the 32 degrees is rather low. Has there ever been any discussion about changing those triggers to make it more humanistically appropriate?
Not necessarily, because I mean, realistically, we set up the cooling centers and the warming shelters, and they're not really used very much. So we set them up, and so that's why we haven't really put much consideration into changing those triggers, because like I said, they're kind of guidelines, if you will. And if the circumstances are such that, we're constantly monitoring it. And if we expect that we're going to have an extended period of, say, over 100 degrees, it doesn't have to reach 105, but if we know we're going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, like we have a heat wave coming in and it's going to be over 100 degrees, we're going to start thinking, hey, we might need a cooling center, and it doesn't necessarily reach these triggers. We'll consider that, and we'll start meeting, and I'll start talking to, first Jeremy will ping me and say, hey, Chief, we're looking at this. We might need to consider that, and then I'll ping Aaron, and we'll get all the department heads together that need to be involved, and we'll start taking a look at that and see if that's, so it's not a hard, fast rule that we'll only do it if it reaches that. I hope that makes sense.
It makes sense. I have to go on with this. Say once you set up the center, it's not used by many. If it's used by 1 or 2, it might be by the second day when you decide to set it up, they have found other accommodations to make it. It just seems ironic, and it just doesn't seem realistic that those are set temperatures before we provide shelter one way or the other.
Well, I think that's what I'm trying to say is those are
I know.
they're soft triggers, if you will, and it doesn't necessarily need to reach those points. So before we start considering that.
I think I know what you're getting to, and that is what is the right temperature versus what we've been doing.
There's charts for that.
There's charts for that.
Yeah.
All right.
We can talk about it and come up with some ideas, but I just think those are not. Yes. Thank you.
I understand where you're going with that. I do.
It's hard.
Councilmember Roberts.
So I'll just start off where Councilmember Chapman left off. So I'm actually reviewing Yolo County's extreme weather annex right now. It's part of my full-time job. What I'm recommending for that is the same thing I would recommend for this. It kind of goes along with that as the NWS hot weather injury chart, because moisture, both cold and hot, plays a role in it. So my recommendation is throw the chart in there. It's like 2 or more days at the hazardous heat levels, including humidity, even though we don't get a ton of it out here. And then 1 more day at any projected singular day at the very hazardous, which is usually like the 105 to 115 plus. And somewhere for like cold weather, I think really any projected day that's supposed to be below 32, because I'm sure you know, is being fire and EMS providers that being outside and not the appropriate attire if there's alcohol or any type of pharmaceuticals involved with that. Below freezing, you could easily die with a singular night of exposure from that. And then, as you mentioned, with it raining, you can get hypothermia at 50 degrees if it's raining and you don't have the appropriate attire. So I understand there's soft triggers, but if we can throw the, I don't remember if I saw, it's been a couple weeks since I went through the annex, if it has NW hot weather injury charts in there. If not, we can throw that in there, use that more of a guideline. I think that answered a lot of Councilmember Chapman's questions and concerns. What else did I have? Kind of more of the nitty gritty stuff is just minor things with the EOP is like the line of succession. We have mayor, vice mayor, which makes sense, and then just goes in district order. But if we happen to have elections, well, like Roy, he's District 1, but for some reason he's not in there like 10 years from now. You have a brand new elected and the mayor and vice mayor are both gone for Christmas and you have to do something. Now you have a brand new, somebody that's just sworn in a week ago acting as mayor. May look at mayor, vice mayor, and then previous vice mayors, and then tenured council members or something like that. So just purely district order. That way you don't get stuck with somebody that has no idea what's going on at the city. Because I know our first week we're like, what's going on? And then we had a very eventful first couple weeks on our council tenure. So for a couple of the recommended courses, I think they're all good. I just include council on that and make it part of the EOP, like especially the 100, 700, and G606. I think for everybody else that doesn't speak the ICS stuff, those are ICS FEMA courses for introduction, like emergency management, understand emergencies. So I think, the 100, 700, and 606 should be required at the council as well. That way you don't have them wandering into your EOC and asking questions or getting in the way with stuff. I'm sure city manager would appreciate that since you're the EOC director. Yeah. They're short online ones. They're free. They don't cost any money. All city employees have to do it, so I think you guys should have to do it also. Other than that, I didn't have. I thought the base EOP was good. I read the whole thing, just waiting on the county's annexes. With the annexes, I would like to see them kind of tailored more to Vacaville, like the county just disappeared in a giant earthquake. What does our annexes specific for Vacaville look like? Use the counties as guidelines, maybe just tweak it here and there for the city. The only real question I had, which I asked Chief during one of our conversations, is who was part of the stakeholders for the planning group for the EOP?
So many of the stakeholders, originally this was begun well before this actual adoption was taking place and this was presented. Chief Hartford, who was here prior that started work on it, he actually had community members and some of the faith-based groups that he talked to as he was working through it. And so they actually had some say in it. And other than that, it was just, the ones, basically the faith-based and some of the other community groups that he had worked with through that.
Okay. Because this is a rewrite, and like I actually have my CPG 101 right here, because I have to review this thing quite regularly. One of the biggest change that FEMA made with this is going to community planning. So I would have really liked to see those groups, not just faith-based, but school board, Chamber of Commerce, the VOAD or COAD, and all these other groups involved in the planning, reviewing it as well, because something might stand out to them, be like, hey, that doesn't make sense for us, because ultimately the EOP isn't for fire and PD, because you guys already know your jobs quite well and responded very well in previous incidents. It's for the community. So when we do have an incident, they can pull it out and be like, oh, what's happening? What do I need to do for my business or protect my home? And so that's why I really think that they should have been a part of it. Yeah, like they mentioned community planning like 10 times in the first like 5 pages of this thing. They even have a whole box section on resilient communities, which is where they're leaning towards. Oh, you look like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, as I was working with Jacob Green through this, that was something that they brought up through part of the process. And it was definitely brought up and will be implemented in the future to make sure that that is a much more collaborative effort, even if we have to do upgrades on it, minor upgrades that they may not want, that we can do administratively or before we redo the whole plan and it comes back before council.
Yeah, definitely. Because working with a lot of volunteers, like managing volunteers and donations, all because the community wants to get involved and help, as you guys saw with the LNU fire. But there's a point where if they don't know the plan, then they can become more of a hindrance and actually create more disasters on their own than that you now have to deal with, especially if you're responding to a fire and you're now the EMS providers and our mutual aid is on another fire in Sonoma or in Arizona or wherever they're going to be at. So I think it's very important to have that community planning piece in this. Other than that, I thought it was well put together, like even like the formatting, it was very easy to read and so forth, because I've read some EOPs where it's literally just like a Word document and it's very hard to get through sometimes. This one was actually, approachable even if you're not familiar with emergency operations plans or disaster response. So good job on it.
Thank you. In response to your concern about the heat chart and to Council Member Chapman's concerns, we'll be happy to throw that in into the annex as far as the heat charts are concerned. Because why reinvent the wheel?
Because I think it'd be easy. So if it was in there, then that may have answered our question. Same thing like community. So if a community member opens it up, they can see the heat injury index on there and save you guys some questions and emails.
I'll have Jeremy get a hold of your annex and we'll copy it.
Councilmember Stockton.
I just wanted to, first off, thank you for the presentation, for putting this document together for us. It is nice to have a reference, but it is not lost on me or our community the heroic efforts of the men and women of the fire department under your leadership, Chief. With the LNU fire, we didn't lose a single home. We didn't lose a single person in Vacaville because of your efforts. And it's more than just a commitment, to the paycheck. It's the people, the men and women that are in your agency that absolutely love this community because they're part of this community. So I wanted to make sure that you know that we haven't forgotten that. Nor have we forgotten the police department and the surrounding agencies and their efforts as well, because it does take all hands on deck to really respond to something like that. So if there is a secession plan, I can assure you I probably will not be, District 1 will probably not be there because I will be evacuating houses with the Sheriff's Department. So maybe addressing that is good. But the other thing I wanted, just responded to some of the comments on the homeless JPA. One of the things that we are looking into and working with the county is the very concerns that you shared, Council Member Chapman, regarding the warming and cooling shelters and being able to utilize the libraries and maybe try to find some sort of MOU to subsidize staffing them or using volunteers to do so. So I don't know how that would play into this, but certainly that is an area that I think is on the forefront with the homeless epidemic that we're kind of finding ourselves in right now. But I just wanted to thank you for preparing the document. Had I known it would be that quick and subtle, I may not have continued it from last time, but I did want to thank you for bringing it back and letting us and letting the community know that we have a plan and we have brave men and women working for your department, for the police department, and the surrounding agencies that are ready to step up if something should happen. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Sorry, just really quickly, more lighthearted. My hand was on top of my notepad. I forgot one thing. The Know Your Zone, I think, a great opportunity. It kind of segues off the deep dive that Councilmember Roberts took in I think that's amazing. But I think a way to really get to the community, what came to mind was the National Night Out. I think would be a great opportunity through all of our districts to utilize and make a fun way to have the Vacaville Police Department and Vacaville Fire in a very lighthearted way, make a way to all of our districts in our community in a positive, not like this, not this scary, like in a fun and energetic way to reintroduce, hey, listen, we worked really hard on City of Vacaville. We have this amazing plan, EOP. This is it. Here are the bullet points. Here's a QR code, where to go to fall asleep reading on the couch one day. But I mean, really, I think it's a great opportunity to reach the community in a positive, proactive manner. And I'll try to find an outfit for this year. But I think that's came to my mind. Like, that's a great opportunity to get a lot of people with a positive energy to really, hey, listen, we're here smiling, having fun. But at one point, you might see the same truck down your street as you need to follow our directions. So I think that's a great opportunity.
Great. Kids get a sticker, parents get a QR code.
There you go.
That's right. Vice Mayor Well.
Thank you for the information, and I will start with Know Your Zone, because it was about probably 2 months ago where we did get information, a postcard, a magnet, or whatever. And so I looked it up then, but then nothing else has happened with that, which I guess is good because we haven't had any emergencies. But the numbers are like pretty long and hard to remember, so I think it would be good to continually bring that up in front of people. And I am glad that you have parameters for heating and cooling and that you're flexible with them, but there is no mention of wind or rain. And you know, this is June, and so people don't think about, oh, people need jackets, because in the winter we talk about jackets and gloves. But this past Friday was the one when my church served the meals to the hungry, and they said, do you have any jackets? Do you have jackets? Because in the winter we do. Because when it's in the low 50s and the wind is howling, as it has been, you know, it's cold out there when you're out there for a long time. So I do think that wind and rain need to be part of the, and I don't know if they're on that chart or not, but it's a reality when you're cold, and then when it's 33 and not 32, it's a lot worse than when it's 52. So the other thing is that, you know, the evacuations, I'm glad that you're really looking at that and what can we do, because when the fire was 2 years ago, when people were evacuating, it took an hour for people down in south part of town to get what usually takes 10 minutes, so they were not away from the fire. And now we've got a whole lot more houses and a whole lot more houses on the books, and so there's no change with the road. So there has to be a plan for evacuation when you've got double the people that are trying to evacuate as 2 years ago. So thanks for your efforts, and I do appreciate, you know, the wide range of emergencies that we have to prepare for, and how important it is for everyone on those charts to know what their part is. So that's the other big communication piece. If someone's on that chart, they need to know that they're on the chart and what they're supposed to do there. And I was kind of looking to see if City Council was on any of the charts or where we did fit in, and it really wasn't clear to me when we would be notified or what we could do in that situation. So thanks. Maybe.
Open up to the public for any comment. Come forward. Good evening.
Hi. Thank you, Chief, because I got my postcard like Vice Mayor Wiley was referring to about Zone Haven, and I went on my computer and did my thing, so thank you. Also, we have a big party for National Night Out. I'd like to get 100 copies of something to hand out. Thank you.
Else? Vice Mayor Welling?
I would just say I did put on Zone Haven a while ago, and it says, oh, we're changing names to something else. So did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Okay, so I don't know what they're going to be. So before you print anything, see what they are.
Yeah, we were actually notified by the county, I think just last week, that they're rebranding. They haven't switched over yet. The last I heard, I'm going to a meeting with the county Thursday to get training on the rebranding and what it is. And so we'll have all that information next week.
Thank you for the presentation. I will just, one more comment of appreciation for the work that you do. The key really is for those of us who've been staff before is the ongoing training. Because it's the exercises are really important, and that falls on you, Chief, to drive those trainings for all of us staff. Sometime in the past, it seemed like, okay, this is mundane, the exercises, but it really does prepare the city to operate in an emergency, whether it's a soft opening or a serious opening like the LNU complex. And as a witness to how that worked, congratulations to all the staff that did it, from police, fire, public works, city manager. I mean, everyone plays a part, and it really was a demonstration in the actual emergency in recent years how effective it is. And training, and it's those NIMS and SIMS trainings. Yeah. But the reality is there's a process and a reason, and I'm glad that you're on top of it. So thank you for the presentation. And do I have a motion? Motion to approve.
I'm going to motion with the caveat on there.
Oh, I'll do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll motion to approve with a emergency preparedness community work group once the county is finished with their annex. Motion to adopt the EOP with to make.
Our person?
No, it's just. I'll explain it beforehand. Because.
Take your motion back. So
All right, yeah. I'll rescind the motion while I open up for statement. So I do feel because of the FEMA guidelines for community planning, we don't need like a formal roundtable or anything like that. Just once the full plan is adopted with the annexes, do a community work group, no different than like a social justice work group, or just get together with the community. So ensure that all the community leaders and stakeholders listed in the planning guide understand what the plan is, and if they have questions or concerns about it.
So the work group would be for the purposes of just to involve them or to train them, or?
Involve them, get them familiar with the EOP and understand it so they can relay it to their other groups like the Chamber of Commerce, the BOAD, homeowners association like Leisure Town.
Let's just pick one person, like designate one person from each district. Us be responsible for passing that out along with the city? Because I think if you make that too broad, it's impossible for him to meet with all those different groups.
No, that's why you do a collective work group. It should be like a round table type thing where everybody's sitting at the table discussing it, talking about it.
So are you talking about like renting a facility and inviting the community to come, or?
Not the whole community, just representatives from, like, one representative from the volunteer organization, one representative from the Chamber of Commerce, somebody from the BID, somebody from the school district, somebody from the school board as well. Because those are actually outlined in the planning guide.
So,
and I think maybe you can speak to that, because I do know from my experience, the goal is they are outlined in that there are representatives, and even like the LNU complex, they were called out, and those connections were there. But some of that may also be maybe a strategy of after adoption is just to encourage the communication to those through the recommendations of staff and the chief to provide ability to then provide the feedback and what those expectations would be. But I'd like to hear your comments.
So I think I'd appreciate the latitude. We work with these other agencies and volunteer groups and faith-based groups and the volunteer groups, the school district. We work with them regularly, and when we exercise the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, we include them in those exercises. So I'd actually, instead of putting a work group that I'm not quite sure exactly who all the members are going to be and how often you want us to meet. We work with them on a regular basis, and I think our communication lines between all of those groups are pretty open and regular, and I think we do a pretty good job of collaborating as is right now. And once this is adopted, this new emergency operations plan will be distributed to to all of those groups. We will exercise this plan to make sure that it works, and if it needs to be, if it needs to be reworked, it gives us the latitude to make some administrative changes, so it doesn't have to be brought forth in front of the council to make changes. But we can make those adjustments, kind of like, instead of having the 105 degrees and the 32 degrees, we're going to put that heat chart. I can do that on an administrative basis rather than putting together a form. I'd rather not do a formal work group if unless absolutely the council insists on it.
I mean, I was thinking more of not necessarily you, not the fire PD leading this, but like as more of a city adopted, like so they're working with each other, not just, I know you coordinate with them, but is Chamber of Commerce talking to the school board? Is the VOAD working with the Housing Association, the Homeowners Association, Leisure Town? It's so they can plan together, and this, how you have mutual aid, these organizations are their own mutual aid, and them being able to coordinate with each other is just as important as you coordinating with them. Because ultimately you'll be busy during a fire, and so you can talk to the Chamber of Commerce, be like, hey, you're managing all the donations, and they can talk to the faith-based groups because they have all the Rolodex is built at that point. Because the relationships built during planning is what's important, because most of the time the plans fall apart half the time depending on what the disaster is.
And I would just offer my own experience, and you obviously have a vast amount of experience, at levels that are, far larger than our local community. But my experience, and Chief, maybe you can speak to it, is the amount of turnover in different areas, whether it's the schools, whether it's, all the different organizations. Trying to stand up something in a way, my concern is it has a potential risk of failure simply for who's going to own it and operate it and instruct it, when in fact, so much of what it is they really do turn to the city and the EOC. We stand up the connections where we actually put our teams in the county OES, so there's direct communication, and then from there also to the state. And so those lines really do open up. I like the idea, as I've seen in the past, is when we've done those regional or those community exercises, they're driven with scenarios, and they do reach out to those strategic stakeholders, bring them in. But the truth is they become the conduit, because down the road, that person's not likely associated, whether it's from the schools or the hospitals. The rate of turnover to try and manage that would be my only concern. The training, yes. I would just caution us that we don't create some body or entity that then now has to be managed, when in fact it usually turns to the city anyway. That would be one of my thoughts.
My main thought behind this is because, for example, LNU fire, the schools started opening up as evacuation centers. And you started having people with medical issues showing up to a school which could not provide medical assistance for these people that were showing up, when in fact that wasn't even an evacuation center. The schools kind of opened up on their own when they should have, or if they knew the plan from like a work group saying, hey, here's sheltering operations under the ESF 6 annex. You go through and be like, this is our primary shelters. You should have numerous ones depending on which area, maybe one in each district or something. But if the school was part of that conversation, not just talking to Parks and Rec to open up there, if they knew that, they would have never opened.
Which is why my recommendation would be that very scenario is the reason why I wouldn't want to try and stand something up where the other stakeholders are beginning to train on their own. It is true that those stakeholders do need to train regularly so that they don't open up on their own, but my preference would be that the fire department engage with that based upon our desire and letting them know that adopt this, and make sure you train and make sure that you do identify the strategic stakeholders based upon experience, and you have a lot of that experience. But I just would caution that we don't create something within a community that doesn't necessarily serve the greater purpose of the emergency. But to answer that question is we should be contacting the schools and say, what did we learn about LNU? Create the exercise where we do use those stakeholders, because that's what we did when it was the LNU complex. They were there. So, I mean, that's just my thought.
In fact, to your point, Mayor, after the LNU Lightning Complex, you're well aware that we were actually the only agency, even though we weren't required to do an after-action report. And we contacted all of the allied agencies, including the school district, to see how we could do things a little bit better, what went right and what went wrong in coordination with them.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Stockton, did you have a comment?
I think
Okay. All right. So with that, you started a motion. Do I have a motion? No.
I'll let him make the motion. He was ready.
I mean, I still would like to see a work group. I mean, the reason I'm going informal, I mean, under California, the city could stand up a disaster council, but that's entirely too formal that I don't even want to touch. Because that's, yeah, I don't think the mayor wants to do it either, because the mayor has to chair a disaster council. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's something we can just work on the side. It's not something that wouldn't even need to meet regularly like this. Something like once or twice a year pre-disaster, send them through tabletops and everything on their own. But and make sure they understand their annexes that they're responsible for if they get activated or called by the city. I think the only way to do that is have everybody sitting at the table. Like, here's sheltering operations. Get everybody involved in sheltering operations. You have to sit down at the table and talk and figure out who's responsible for what aspects of it.
So may I offer an alternative?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of formalizing a work group that we don't know how often they have to meet, who's going to manage it, you already said the fire department or the police department is going to manage it. How about we work with you separately to figure out exactly who you want us to meet with, how often, and then we'll go.
Yeah. I mean, this is part of, yeah. I mean, I'll gladly sit down with you, Chief, but yeah, this is part of the whole community planning, because part of that is the electeds. And I know it's not very often you have elected that does this job full time. And so, yeah.
Mayor can meet with Chief to determine whether or not a work group is necessary or feasible to do at a later time.
Yeah, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you for the presentation. And
thanks.
Emergency operations are important, so appreciate it. Third time's a charm. Right. All right. Moving on, we have item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a unique item that we're happy to bring to the council for your information. This is a new proposal that our Parks and Rec Department, led by our Director Reggie Hubbard and Park Planner Hugh Hesterman and the team from Landify are going to be sharing with you about a potential new business model that we'd like to use to capitalize on their talents at Centennial Park. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Reggie Hubbard.
As most of you know, we are in the middle of drafting our Centennial Park Master Plan. And in doing so, we've come across a unique opportunity, as the city manager explained. We brought this business model to our Parks and Rec Commission last week, and they were excited about it, and we thought we'd expose the city council to it as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Hugh Hesterman and our consultant to take it over from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hubbard. Good evening, Mayor Carly and council members. Excuse me, been a long time since I spoke tonight. I've been a city park planner for Vacaville now since 2006, and also served in that capacity for a couple other agencies. Throughout all those years, one of the things that's been consistent is how can we leverage our resources to provide more funding, more park and recreation resources for the public. One of the things that in the process that Director Hubbard was talking about while we were looking at the draft master plan for Centennial Park was that we had a need in the place that we refer to as the pit, maybe, where soil was removed and used to cap the old city landfill. It looks very unnatural. It's kind of a hole in the ground. It looks like a bomb crater out there. And so I started talking around with developers and saying, where can I get some dirt to fill this? How can we do this economically? How can we provide a higher level of service for the community? And I was exposed to this company, ECT, who's based in France. We had some informal discussions, and they came to the table. They actually visited our site and looked at the area of Centennial Park that we were wanting to fill. And they said, we can do better than just simply provide dirt. We can actually provide some development of your park site. And then we expanded and said, well, if that works there, what about elsewhere in the park? And we actually identified 3 areas in Centennial Park, 3 large areas that we think could benefit from this particular business model that they have developed. So they have a short presentation for you that explains how it works. The first thought that people might think is, how can this sounds too good to be true? Well, there is a cost to the city, but it's in that we have the resource in the space available. So I'm going to hand it over to the gentleman from ECT.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Sorry for my French accent. I could certainly, Mr. Mayor, talk about nuclear a little bit, because we are considered as a nuclear country, but I won't. I'm here tonight. I'm the CEO of the parent company ECT, which is a French company operating for 50 years in the Western Europe area. And I'm here tonight with Jonathan.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Bryden. I'm the president of Landify ECT Corporation, and it's the subsidiary, the Californian subsidiary of ECT.
And also Tom Connolly, who is our environmental and legal lawyer from Jones Day, with whom we've been working on this particular case or a project for the past 2 years. So as I mentioned before, we have been created more than 50 years ago, have been who have realized more than hundreds of projects, reusing construction clean dirt, we'll come to that later, for which construction companies, when they dig, are willing to pay because they want to get rid of it, because they have no extra space to store it on site, or they probably would prefer to use this space to build on it. So there are a lot of flows in large metropolitan areas, and we intercept these dirt flows, clean dirt flows, just to realize large environmental parks, green areas for leisure, for agricultural, for forest, for many things like that. As you see, the range of what we can do is very large. It goes from a mountain bike park to, as I said, to forest, to equestrian centers, for example, to archery range. At least almost everything that is unbuilt. We never compete for pieces of land against real estate player. We don't build on the site that we choose, and we're going to tell you what kind of sites we are looking for. We have not invented a formidable solution. Man has been doing that for almost dawn of time, and almost every country, every Western country, have been moving dirt and reshape new lands, and you see several historical examples. Well, we have many in France, and we have no primary forest left, meaning that everything has been managed, reshaped by men. We are just connecting two words. The construction word, which objective is to dig as fast as they can to build on it, and the community world, the city world, because they have need for green spaces for communities, and we are connecting those. And as you mentioned, it's at no external cost for cities.
And so the way the model works is fairly simple. The first and foremost is obviously finding and sourcing sites that need to be redeveloped. And so that's what we do, working with communities, working with cities, with private owners to identify sites where projects could make sense. And so it's working closely, obviously looking at sites that will not be buildable that have a minimum size, because again, the more volume of clean dirt we're capable of integrating within those projects, the more funding we're capable of delivering for the amenities that are developed on top. So we identify, we co-design the projects with the local communities, a lot of obviously public outreaches to really make sure that we match and we develop useful developments, and that's very important for us. And we're a project management company, we work from one project to the other, so our reference are really key, and we really want to make sure that they're useful and used within communities. Once we have the design and we agree and everyone agrees on the design, then the next stage is obviously getting all the authorizations that are required to get the approvals for the projects. And so that means obviously carrying out all the studies that are required and funding those studies through the model as well. So this is really an important step that we carry out. Once we have the authorization, then the next stage is obviously getting in the clean dirt. And so making sure that we only welcome clean dirt. So there's a traceability process that is in place, and where we developed a very extensive know-how in making sure that we only welcome clean dirt. We bring in the dirt, we build the landform, we plant the trees if it's a park, and then we give back the development once it's done to the local community or to the owner of the land. The model, and as Laurent explained, is financed through the tipping fees that we're receiving. So why do companies, excavation companies or construction companies come to us? Because the alternative for them going to landfills or going to quarries are further or less cost effective in terms of transportation. And transportation is key for those companies. They obviously, 60 to 70% of their overall cost is linked to transportation. So if they can do quicker turnarounds, that's really key for them. If they go to a landfill, they need to wait, an hour and a half to effectively dump the soil. That's going to have a huge impact on their overall costs. So we are offering a win situation for those companies in saving them money in terms of transportation costs. We're obviously also offering a new funding tool for cities to develop projects thanks to the tipping fees that we're collecting, and obviously offering communities new developments. So this is really the key of the model and how it works. Traceability is really at the center again, and very important. Again, our track record is key. One counter reference would kill the overall model. So we're more incentivized than anyone to make sure that what we welcome is 100% clean. So different steps to ensure this, obviously making sure that we have all the information on the excavations and the excavation sites. And so we gather all the information, we cross-check, we ask for more samplings. We really make sure that we feel 100% comfortable with what is going to be excavated in any construction work that is willing to bring us dirt. Then obviously also on site, when the trucks come in, we have several checkpoints to really make sure that we check all the trucks, and we make sure that we know where the trucks are coming from. Obviously all of this is reported, and we have reports that are shared with all the people we work with, the cities and the owners of the land. A lot of positive impacts, and then you understood effectively why, while we're intercepting the flows of dirt that exist anyways, the trucks are going all over the county every day. We really reduce CO2 emissions by reducing the transportation, and so that's really important. The site creation process is also something where we've developed a lot of skills in having a full collaboration with all the stakeholders of the community to really make sure that we integrate everything within our developments and all the wills. A lot of things that are positive also with our projects are the fact that we always integrate within all of our studies a lot of things around the project, and water ingress is one of them, making sure that we have a better site in terms of hydric performance afterwards than before. So that's really also an important thing. Looking at Centennial Park really in terms of biodiversity, also making sure you have an amazing park in terms of biodiversity, making sure that you are we are preserving biodiversity while we're going to bring in dirt and thus trucks. So creating ahead of time temporary habitats, for instance, for species, making sure that we, when we build and we bring in dirt, we always mitigate all the issues that could arise with trucks. We clean the streets. We make sure that the dust is controlled. Those things are really key, and making sure that everyone is happy with what is going to be developed and how it's being developed. A couple of examples, Laurent.
Yeah, we could probably show you many. As I mentioned, the company has a 50-year history, but we chose two. The first one is and I think there is one in the master plan. The first one is a mountain biking and trials stadium. The story is interesting because it was partly a public land, which was illegally occupied, which was almost, we have that in France. I don't know if you have that right here, but with illegal dumpings and so on. Well, let's say a site in bad condition. And kind of a small site, 4.7 acres, small for us. And we met with the city council, and they wanted us to secure it and to renature it and to do something about it. And we met with a sports club, with a mountain bike sports club, who desperately was in need of a levelized site, and so that it could welcome a national competition. And actually, the first one just occurred a few weeks ago. And so, in a 3 months time period of importing materials, we offered this club and the population a quick win with a nice before and after, and that was totally self-financed. We chose also what is a kind of a typical project we made, which is a large park dedicated to ecological places at several places, sorry, and also leisure and sports on the other side. That's 3 years time project for, as we know a little bit of the master plan, it's almost the size of the area in the center of the master plan. Once again, totally self-financed. As you see, it has shapes. We're a shape company. We like it when it's not flat because we find that beautiful. And of course, we have aesthetic matter in mind. And once again, we can almost build everything that won't be built. I mean, in terms of houses. And as long as you have large metropolitan areas generating dirt flows, because they are dynamic, because they are building, actually, well, there's a place for us. If there's a need for green things, for parks and leisures, if there is a regulation and people respecting it, and other people just making sure that they are respecting it, and for that, California, generally speaking, is a great place. And we have found for the past 2 years many similarities between our regulations and the way we are working, actually.
Yes, and we have worked, so in California, we're currently working on 12 projects. So we signed an MOU on a project with the city of Norwalk near LA on the rehabilitation of a form of brownfield. It was an Air Force tank farm. So we're talking about sites that were heavily polluted and where there's a second life that's possible. So a lot of industrial sites, but also parks that are already existing where we are redeveloping just as Centennial Park. So we're working all across the state from Northern California to Southern California. And as Laurent mentioned, we really believe there's a strong potential for our business model in the state. In terms of Centennial Park, we really believe that the park and the project that you have really perfectly fits with our business model. First of all, obviously the size, as we mentioned, is pretty big and interesting, meaning that the volume of dirt that will need to could be integrated within the project will be interesting in terms of providing a financing tool or funding tool. the need for dirt and the location also, also talking to all the ecosystem managing dirt today, they're finding it harder and harder to find dump sites. The landfills are filling up, and obviously they need to do some arbitrage between welcoming dirt and welcoming domestic waste or organic waste. So really, it's challenging for the environment, for the whole ecosystem of dirt to find dump sites. So the location of the park just off the highway is very interesting. The fact also that we've been working for 2 years now with city staff on the project, on helping the master plan delivery, and we really found really great people at the city level, and we really worked efficiently, I believe, and hopefully we helped at our small scale to really make the master plan delivery happen. We also wanted to mention that our model, as you understood, allows a lot of flexibility. So we can start on one zone, we can start on another. This is an open discussion, and so that's also what's interesting with the model, is the capacity that we have to work, to shape differently. We're just talking about dirt, so it's really shaping, and we have people in-house doing all of this, and we've been doing this for many years, who are capable of changing the zone or doing other things if the city wants to change or to do another shape. So all of that is possible with the model. Is something that allows a lot of flexibility, modularity, and that's also something that we wanted to state. And again, really starting the project, for us would be really an honor. We put a lot of energy for the past 2 years in this project, and we hope that we'll be able to go to the next step with you.
So that's it for the presentation. Maybe Tom, could you add several things concerning the kind of agreements maybe you...
Second.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Tom Donnelly. I represent the company and their various projects, including this one. So the next step is a memorandum of understanding, and I believe that staff will present that to you to consider. This is the document that would formalize the arrangement, and it's prepared in a way that you can step out and decide not to proceed at any point, because there's still a lot of studies and evaluation that's necessary, including CEQA. And it may turn out the city decides not to proceed with the project. We only ask that the city agree that if it's going to create a park using fill from outside sources, that it do so with Landify. That's the only commitment we're asking. And I want to make sure the point's really clear. Why can we do this without cost to the city? It's because of the tipping fees. So the bigger the project, the more revenue generated from the tipping fees. That allows the budget to be bigger. So that's why there's a minimum size project that Landify needs for this to make sense. But when you have a big project like this that needs a lot of fill, the tipping fees then add up and allows for us to do more. I think that's it. I'll be here if you have any questions.
Thank you.
So at this point, as Mr. Donnelly pointed out, we intend to come back to the council with an MOU that would not be the final document that we would cement anything in stone. It simply is a way for us to continue working with Landify so that they know that the city has an interest in continuing to work with them. So far, it's been totally on an informal basis. They have contributed quite a bit already to the project. And before we agree to have them work further toward what we ultimately want, specifically in the area of phase 1 in the master plan, that MOU would be what they would feel comfortable moving forward with. And at that, I think we're ready to answer any questions and just see if the council is nodding their heads or not.
I appreciate it, and because tonight there's no formal action, this is just a presentation. Right. But thank you for all the service you've given to the city over the years. First and foremost, this is creative. I will give you that. I mean, in a time when you're trying to figure out how to accomplish things, and when there's a win and there's a win, I know on a small scale, I've done some projects, and all of a sudden you're in the middle of construction and say, okay, there's a dump fee, and you're thinking, I'm hauling clean dirt to a dump. Now, I can imagine on a large scale, what you're really doing is you're finding a way to do actually can produce something out of it, and so I find it fascinating. For now, what I'm going to do first of all, and just real quick, is open it up to the council or to the public, and then bring it back to the council. See if there's anybody from the public who wants to discuss anything. Time of night, probably not. That's okay. I'll bring it back to the council for any discussion. Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you for the presentation. Very excited about this opportunity. Very supportive. I think creative ways like this where we can work together, help you, and also bring quality amenities to the community that don't cost them a ton of money would be great. I love that you put in the mountain bike park or the park for the BMXers that are riding through the dirt. I just think that's as a young kid growing up in Vacaville, that would be something absolutely amazing to do here. So I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation, and I would love to meet with you and talk about ways that we might be able to continue to work together and bring beautiful amenities to Vacaville and to Centennial Park.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for your time. And if you've been working on this for 2 years, I guess you've been looking at the dirt. You kept talking about the dirt. So the dirt here is not the dirt that I grew up on a farm in Missouri. It's like hard clay junk. And can you work with that to do what you think you can? Because it's really not dirt.
Would you like to answer that one?
Yeah. Yes, and thank you for your question. The dirt we're importing is actually inert dirt, meaning with no organic matters, materials in it. Otherwise, it would be a real waste and could contaminate water because it decomposes itself. So we have to shape with inert, and we have to cover with fertile material. And we have many ways to do that. The first one, and the simpler one, is to get what's in place and to keep it, to save it, to amend it, and then to to put it back on top layer. And that's generally how it's done. But of course, if we don't have enough, or if it's, for example, a former landfill or the tank farm in Norwalk, we have to create it, and we create it with inert and compost, and we have recipes, let's say like that, just to create fertile soil, and also pretty much depending on what is going to be made on top. Of course, that's not the same soil for a forest than if you are rebuilding an agricultural land, for example. So that's not a problem. If it was only sand, it could be on geotechnical matter, on the consistency matter. But it's a mix, and it doesn't matter.
And you said you've been doing this, 20 years or something? So the projects that you make after 10 years, they still look like they were when you put them in?
Right.
They don't slump and do things like that?
Correct. And this is also the way we work. It's a mix of different kinds of soils. So you have clay, but again, you're going to have providers coming from all over. And so it's really going to be a mix. And that's also the know-how that we developed in making sure that we have the right layers at the right level to really make sure that this stays throughout the years. And we have many projects. And the first one we created back in the 70s in Paris is still there. You have a high viewpoint overlooking all the east of Paris, and so this is really also the know-how that we're bringing in, as Laurent mentioned, the geotechnical aspect of things, making sure, and we're working, for instance, on top of landfills, so covered landfills. Obviously, that needs a lot of studies. What kind of soil do you want to put at what layer? So that's exactly. So that's really what the know-how that we have and we developed throughout the years.
Okay, well, they took down a hill in District 6, to put Foxborough through, so we had dirt.
That's for sure.
And then, then generally it takes between 2 to 4 years to start to look like a natural space. And what is interesting is that we are often we meet quite often people who are looking for, just to compensate buildings, who are looking for new natural spaces. And it's interesting to give them the different projects that we are building, meaning that we are preparing the future natural sites, which is very interesting.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Merci pour la présentation. Je pense que c'était une bonne idée.
There we go.
So,
There we go.
That was good.
That was good. I learned French in the military. So, no, I think it's a fantastic idea. As the mayor said, I think this is a really out-of-the-box solution for getting Centennial Park on the way to what the master plan is representing. So, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Ritchie.
So I was reading this weekend and I thought it was awesome. I mean, you know, very plain and simple for all of us to read and get ready for this. We're pre-planning for a park that we haven't established funding for. And for me, it's like we're already taking proactive steps to find the best way to get to the starting line without even knowing financially if we could get the funding mechanisms. But so that I was like, wow, I tell my hat to the team here for finding you guys. And what a business. I mean, taking soil, this is awesome. I've actually had a few projects, like my other job, I know how expensive it is for dirt. I mean, I know a few projects, they spent a couple $100,000 because the elevation was too high. And some projects, if some portions of the home developments are too low, they get a floodplain warning. And they'll spend a couple $1 million to bring soil in to raise. I mean, it's amazing that they found you guys because it can be very expensive. And that could be an unintended cost to bring soil in, take soil away, to even start this project. So the fact that you guys found each other, because it can be a lot of money at a time when we really need to watch our pennies just to get that place to par. And so I was, what a business. Thank you. All right.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. When I first read the information on Landify, I said, dirt? So what I'm offering to the council is to be the representative to fly to Paris.
That was already on my list.
And bring Jason as your translator, right?
You would be very welcome.
Yeah, that's funny. You beat me to it, but because I was going to simply say somebody on the council needs to do a road trip to make sure what this is.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the fact that you're doing something that isn't just for financial gain. You mastering the ability to help create parks. And Hugh, I know your commitment to this community and others. And so it's not lost on me that the work behind the scenes just shows another example of the creativity and how exciting it can be as we look to the future and have a wonderful park that also can have another story behind it. We actually have, we have a creative story behind it that is something that helps to be more cost neutral at a time, just as what is being said. And so I know this is a receive only, but I look forward to an MOU coming back. And I think Councilmember Chapman and I need to go to Paris.
I think so, yeah.
And but appreciate the presentation. And what I couldn't tell you earlier because it slipped my mind, it was Bordeaux. So, anyway, side chat.
Nice place.
Thank you for coming all this way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll receive that and look forward to this coming back to council.
Very good.
Thank you for bringing that to us. It's more of the interesting one, so appreciate all the work you're doing. So with that, Mr. City Manager, item 9C.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, but just to be clear that if any council member is going to Paris, the city manager must join you on that trip.
That's right.
So ensure that you comply with the proper procedures.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, so thank
Sounds
you,
like there's three of us then.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, as our team gets ready, we're going to be bringing to you part 2 of the city's budget for fiscal year 23-24. This is a group effort tonight, and so you'll be hearing from our budget team, who you see seated at the table, as well as representatives from every department that has a piece of the budget before you tonight. But before we get into that, if we can go to the next slide, I'm going to share just a quick overview of our budget process for the council, because this is still a relatively new process for the majority of you, and actually the first time for a couple of you, at least on that side of the fence that you're now on. And so this is just a quick overview of how we do the budget, because it is a complicated thing, but we try to make it very efficient and transparent, which is a #1 priority for us. And so to begin with, our city's budget is comprised of many pieces. And as I have often said, here at City Hall, we're really 7, 8 different companies under one roof, if you will, because of the complexity and the diversity of all the services and programs that we provide here at City Hall. But we put that all in one budget. And so how we do that is to simplify the process. We rely on last year's budget and the supplemented augmentations that we make during the course of the year, mid-year and other adjustments, as a means to update the budget going forward. We're very careful, though, to make sure that we're prioritizing our budget based on a variety of factors, and those are shown here. One, being responsive and committed to the strategic plan goals and initiatives, addressing the immediate and long-term areas of concern. If you recall, we introduced to you at last year's budget the structural issues and the foundational issues, as well as quality of life issues. We wanted to make sure that we're planning ahead, that we're looking not just for the immediate year, but also how do we address those things that are going to catch us and potentially surprise us, because we want to avoid those in future budgets. So those are things that we look at as well. And we want to make sure that we're also putting back in to our community by maintaining and expanding on city programs and services. And most importantly, the bottom line is being fiscally responsible. Next slide, please. And I want to say that the thing I'm most proud of, honestly, with our team, of everyone here representing the budget, their piece, the budget process has been much more collaborative between our departments. And we look at those 4 variables there that I just outlined to you, because we share in the budget, and we share with each other what our priorities are and how we can best serve the community and accomplish the council's goals and visions for the community. So with that in mind, just as an example, for last year's budget that we're wrapping up this month, we took an approach by also looking at the economy. I mean, clearly we need to look and see what's going on in our world at the moment. And last year we had Building for the Future, because we did have a quicker than expected return from the pandemic. We did very well, and I think that's because of our land use and our strong retail sector that we have here. We were able to bounce back through that. But at the same time, we were looking at the big picture, addressing quality of life and those structural and foundational challenges that I mentioned to you just a moment ago. We also wanted to build capacity. The council came in and wanted to do a lot of things. And you asked big, but you also told me to go big in the budget, and that's what we did. And so thankfully, our team put together some very thoughtful and strategic ideas with our augmentation request, and the council was very, very supportive by approving 25 positions during that budget adoption. And then through some additional augmentation requests at mid-year, we ended up with a total of 45 new positions in fiscal 22. I got to tell you that those additions are greatly appreciated, and we tremendously appreciate council's support in that regard. And we have been able to do a lot and accomplish a lot on the strategic plan, as we shared with you at the council retreat just last month. But not just additionally, investing in our organization, but we also continue to invest in our community by connecting through community improvements, programs, and events, and our community engagement efforts. We conducted more downtown specific plan investments. We did more neighborhood cleanup areas and youth scholarship programs. And we continue with our community engagement programs. And last year we introduced a new apprentice program in the fire department. And so, next slide, please. Using that same approach for this year's budget, we are moving forward with a little bit more fiscally conservative and strategic approach again. And the reason for that, obviously, is because of what's happening in the economy right now. Inflation, slowing the economy, as a result, the interest rates and so forth. We're being cautious. And that's evident throughout the state and throughout the country right now. As you look at the state itself and neighboring cities and their budgets, we are being very cautious but strategic. And thankfully, because we have had some very good foresight and council support with the policies on our reserve policies, we do have strong financial reserves to alleviate those concerns. So tonight, our proposed budget focuses on addressing the big picture, but again, being very thoughtful about it and looking at how do we continue to invest in the organization and back into the community. We prioritized our immediate needs with the recommended augmentation request. We asked our departments to give us their top 3 augmentation requests, and at your last meeting, we brought forward a request for just 4 positions this time to complement the other positions that you gave us at the last year's budget. We are also intending to construct and complete parks improvements with Measure M funding, as well as addressing community and public safety issues such as traffic signal repairs, some lighting improvements at the Play for All Park, and storm drain construction. And then lastly, we will continue to expand on our community engagement outreach, as well as some additional EDI efforts for the community. So with that, we'll now turn it over to Leslie, who will start kicking off things for this presentation going forward. And again, it will involve brief presentations from each of the departments, which will give the council an opportunity to hear directly from them what they're proposing to do for you as part of this year's budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Tonight, we're going to start off with a recap of our budget study session number 1 back on May 23rd. First was we talked about the 24 budget process and how we come up with a base budget. The city manager also addressed big picture items regarding quality of life, like park improvements, foundational items like capital maintenance costs, and structural issues like park maintenance district shortfalls, which we must consider when we're looking at the budget for the new fiscal year. This was council's first look also at proposed augmentations in the new fiscal year, as well as updated projection for Measure M. And then we finally updated our 5-year forecast, which included all budget augmentations proposed for this new budget. Next. For tonight's agenda for study session number 2, we're going to go over the operating budget summary. And then from there, we will go into department presentations. Each department will be presenting their budget to you. During this time when department heads are up here, that would be a good time if you had any specific questions for the department heads to ask them why they're up here. And then we will bring it back to council if there's any additional general questions regarding the budget process. Next. Oh, I will turn it over to John to do the operating budget summary.
Thank you, Leslie. The next 2 slides are on the proposed operating budget and how the operating budget is allocated amongst the city's departments. The city's proposed operating budget for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24, is $275,707,071. The successor agency operating budget to pay down the annual obligations of the former redevelopment agency is $6,774,081. Pie chart on the right shows the percentage of the total operating budget that is proposed for each department for fiscal year 23-24. So we'll start at the top and go clockwise. Elected and administration is at 7%, and that would include city manager's office, city attorney, human resources, economic development, and finance. Housing and successor agency is roughly 15%. Parks and Rec 4%. And it's important to note here that on this pie chart of the operating budget, it doesn't include large capital improvements such as the Measure M park improvements approved in the fiscal year 23 budget. That budget would be included in the capital improvement program budget presented after this presentation. Police at 20%, fire 14%, public works 12%, utilities 24%, and community development and non-departmental both at 2% each. On this slide, the chart on the left shows the operating budget based on fund type. The general fund in the blue, which is the main operating fund for the city, is our largest fund at 53% or 150 million, just slightly over 150 million. The enterprise funds in the gray, which includes our utilities, operations, sewer and water, as well as transit, the transit department is the second largest fund at 25% or 69.5 million. And the special revenue fund in the orange here is at 55.9 million or 20%, which includes departments funded by revenues restricted for a particular purpose, such as grants. Examples of departments would be housing and community development. Those are the two largest. And last but not least, the successor agency is at 6.8 million or 2% of the operating budget. The pie chart on the right is the general fund breakdown. So where is this 150 million allocated by department? So again, starting at the top and working clockwise, city administration is at 13%, non-departmental 5%, public works 11%, police 37%, parks and rec 7%, and the fire department 27%. And that concludes the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 23-24. The next portion of the presentation will be the department presentations. We'll kick off department presentations with the city attorney's office, and I will now pass it on to our city attorney, Melinda Stewart, to start us off.
Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm happy to be here to kick off the department budget presentations tonight, and as I've done and had the pleasure of doing for the past couple of years. A little bit about the city attorney's office and where we are now. Thanks to the support of the council and city staff, the city attorney's office has been the beneficiary of several of those budget augmentations over the past couple of years, which puts us at now a fully staffed office of 8 employees. That consists of 5 attorneys and 3 support staff. We currently have 1 vacancy in the attorney position, and I'm happy to say that we had our assistant city attorney, our new assistant city attorney, start last week. She has hit the ground running, and we're excited to have her. So we're close to being fully staffed, but we are working on 1 recruitment right now. With that staff, we do provide a wide range of legal services. We advise the council, the 2 commissions, Planning Commission and Parks and Rec Commission, and the 11 other city departments, which, as the city manager mentioned, are like little separate businesses or corporations on their own. As part of that, we review ordinances, resolutions, we draft, prepare, and review contracts. We interpret and advise on statutes, regulations, pending legislation. And we also, of course, prepare legal opinions on a variety of matters, just to name a little bit of what we do. Highlights moving forward for fiscal year 23-24. Our highlights really mirror the highlights that you'll hear from the presentations from other departments. All of their legal work runs through our office. So we're a support department, and so their highlights are our highlights. With that understanding, there are a few areas where we anticipate spending some significant time and resources during the next fiscal year. Some of the state housing accountability mandates that we've been talking about, homeless initiatives, energy efficiency and green energy initiatives. Those are all going to take some time in the next year. Sorry, lost my place here. Also advising public safety and the police department on implementing the recommendations from the OIR audit will be part of our where we spend our time. And thanks to approving a position, an attorney position to advise the police and public safety departments. Lastly, one thing we want to focus on next year is providing some more internal training to city staff, looking at contracts, helping them with that contracting process, with responding to Public Records Act requests and to subpoenas, and also evaluating our claims and litigation to see where there are areas that we can maybe work with staff to prevent some of those claims from occurring in the future. So going on to the recommended augmentations, we don't have any recommended budget augmentations at this time. A little spoiler alert though, we will likely come back before council either at mid-year or in another budget cycle to look for support staff to support the increased attorney staff. At this time though, you know, as Aaron and our finance team explained, as part of the process, it just wasn't a priority. I would say there are other pressing priorities at this time. With respect to Measure M funding, we don't receive any Measure M funding, and our total operating budget is just over $2.5 million. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if not, I will pass it to Aaron to manager's report.
There is a question here, Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. And I'm happy to know that you're one away from being fully staffed, right?
Very exciting.
Okay. One of your highlights is with homeless initiatives. How does your department, what role does your department play in the homeless initiatives? Will you touch on that? And part two, what portion of your budget is paid out to contractors?
So with the homeless initiatives, that's something that would be on a case-by-case basis as we work through things, issues that come up, for instance, through Cap Solano, through our Housing and Community Services department, to you know, if there are specific contracts or policy issues that need some legislative research or statutory research, that's would be our role that I would
research. Okay, resource.
Yeah. And as far as outside contracting legal services, so we have a small part of our budget that goes toward that we have to use for outside legal services, and I would say it's maybe less than 5% of our budget. Where we get the greater expenses through our general liability fund, and that's where we hire outside counsel to cover defending litigated cases. I don't know what percent, that's not a percentage of our budget, that comes out of the general fund, and I think it's through the city manager's office's budget and through risk management.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So, on.
So I'm actually going to turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Georgianne Meggersmith, to present this.
Good evening again. The City Manager's Office supports the City Council and departments citywide. There are several different divisions, and I'll walk through those while providing you with some highlights for the upcoming year as well. The City Clerk Services Division provides City Council support, including compilation and distribution of agenda packets, which you see on a regular basis. Also elections administration and compliance, and they also manage the official records of the city. A highlight for the upcoming year is the Records Management Project, which is a multi-year initiative designed to create a citywide plan for record keeping, facilitating document searches and retrieval, ensuring proper retention of records, and improved public transparency, all while reducing costs. Our programs area develops, implements, and supports programs such as the Council District Benefit Program, the Hometown Hero banners, tree bait, and water conservation programs. In the upcoming year, we'll be working on establishing a framework for neighborhood associations while also connecting with the community and encouraging engagement between neighbors. If and when they want to create an association, we'll have the structure and resources available and ready for them. And we think this is important because we know that neighborhood associations can enhance the quality of life for our community members through friendships and collaboration. They can promote cooperative action, serve to boost communication, and also create a sense of place for residents. Moving on to public relations, the division's primary objective is to increase community engagement through outreach and expand the use of translated materials to make sure we're reaching as many members of the community as possible. We do this through not just one thing like Facebook, but we do use social media, Nextdoor, workshops and events, advertising, video, snail mail, email distribution, the city's website, Channel 26, surveys, and there's probably some other things I didn't throw in there. Our public relations manager works closely with every city department to tell the story about the services they provide to our community and to engage residents as well as the business community. Going into fiscal year 24, the public relations team will be diving into a refresh of the city's website to give it a new look and feel, along with the addition of microsites, which will allow staff the flexibility to highlight departments, recruitments, and projects. The team will also be issuing a request for proposals for a vendor to complete a comprehensive community engagement and communications plan. We anticipate the plan will include feedback from yourself, the council, the community, staff, and stakeholders. It'll also establish goals and with measurable indicators so we can review and analyze and adjust as needed and provide an overall roadmap to furthering community engagement. The risk management division, which Melinda talked about just a little bit ago, works closely with the city attorney's office to protect city assets through ever-evolving insurance policies, contract insurance requirements and compliance, record keeping, and working with our internal safety committee to reduce loss exposures and also provide training. And last but definitely not least is our IT division, which provides a robust infrastructure that includes network systems, hardware and software, ensuring reliable connectivity and access to vital resources. This infrastructure forms the backbone of communication, allowing staff to collaborate, exchange information, and stay connected across departments and remote locations. Additionally, the IT division offers comprehensive technical support to city staff 24/7, addressing computing needs and resolving issues as they arise. This support extends to maintaining and securing data systems, implementing cybersecurity measures, and safeguarding sensitive information against unauthorized access and data breaches. Our final highlight is the city's broadband initiative, which you heard about at the last council meeting and is being led by our IT and program areas. A key goal of the effort is to address the digital divide by expanding connectivity and access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet in our unserved and underserved communities, both residential and commercial. And we're entering phase 2 of that project, which is the digital design and infrastructure plan. We're also keeping an eye out on last mile funding opportunities, which are expected to open up this summer. We have one recommended augmentation. It's $3,500 for additional city council training. And we continue to have Measure M funding for the council district benefit program and the equity, diversity, and inclusion and grant matching pilot programs. The total budget for all divisions of the city manager's office is just over $6.8 million, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, there is a question. How about that? Vice Mayor Wiley.
Well, this is a studies question. So I'm going to ask a question that is obvious to you, but I just want to get clarified because it's like in this template. So in this total operating budget for each department, does this include the salaries and benefits for the people in that department, or are salaries and benefits in another package somewhere?
It includes for that specific department.
So each one we look at, so this is the salary, so operating the pay for the salary plus the things that they need to operate.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
Salary,
you.
benefits, services,
Salary,
and
benefits.
supplies.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we're going to have Assistant Director of Community Development, Josh Montemayor.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to present the Community Development Department's budget. And to kick things off, I'm going to explain what the Community Development Department comprises of, which is planning and building. As you know, planning staffs the Planning Commission, and our building department provides for permitting and inspection services throughout the city. So currently, the Community Development Department is staffed with 17 full-time employees. Right now, we do have a vacancy for one building inspector. Actually, today we interviewed some candidates, so hopefully we'll be back to fully staffed. In this year's budget augmentation, we are requesting a plan check engineer, and that plan check engineer will assist the Community Development Department with performing the most difficult and complex structural plan reviews. Currently, we do not have an in-house plan check engineer, so this is going to be an ongoing cost for future years. And an in-house plan check engineer will provide us with expertise as these new biotech companies come in. So basically having someone that's highly skilled to do plan check engineer in-house for large-scale projects, basically from foundation to final, is utmost importance for the city. Some budget highlights, because that development activity has been strong with the community development department, we're reducing the general fund contribution has been reduced by 250,000 from 500 to 250. That's a testament to how well development has been going in the city of Vacaville. If you wanted to look at our development activity reports, the community development department produces a quarterly report on both residential and non-residential activities. Some noteworthy projects to highlight includes the mixed-use Green Tree project in Lower Lagoon Valley, as well as some new industrial campuses in construction, including the Midway Commerce Center and the Vacaville Warehouse Building. Another second recommended augmentation for the Community Development Department this year is the land management software upgrades, which will require a one-time implementation cost. This one-time implementation cost is to provide for an upgrade to the existing software system, which we use is called Trackit or Central Square. You might have heard those words. But basically what we're doing is upgrading it, just like if you were to have a Windows 98, we're upgrading to Microsoft 365, just to get it caught up with the industry standards. It was originally adopted in 2015, so it's now 8 years old. And in it, we found that there's multiple glitches, and the original people that implemented Trackit are no longer here. So the folks that are on board helping to implement this will bring it to the standard that we need to create automatic workflow for permitting, et cetera. Other than that, our total operating budget is 6.2 million, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
The only question I have is on the plan check engineer. I know we're doing some outsourcing right now. Is the goal that a new plan check engineer will help in that process?
Yes, Mayor Carly, that's accurate. Right now, we are outsourcing to a third-party consultant, so bringing in that plan check engineer will provide everything in-house. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. Next, we'll have Economic Development Manager Tim Patton.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The Economic Development Department continues to implement the Economic Recovery Strategy. This is a strategy that was adopted by Council back in February of 2021 as a response to the negative impacts related to COVID-19. We will actually be giving an update on that strategy next week at next week's council meeting on kind of the 2-year progress report of the recovery strategy with our consultant, Audrey Taylor. We also continue to implement business attraction, retention, and expansion programs for all business sectors with a heightened focus on our biotech and advanced manufacturing industries. Our advanced manufacturing and biotech industries also have specific initiatives that were also adopted by council back in 2020. There are no significant changes in the department at this time other than creating a retail action plan that will aim to enhance our retail growth. There are no recommended augmentations at this time. The department continues to receive Measure M funding for the implementation of Phase 3 of the biotech strategy for our biotech efforts so we can tell our story as to why Vacaville is the best place to do business in the biotech industry. We told that story hundreds of times, literally last week at the Biotech International Convention in Boston. So we want to continue to tell that story. Another item we are looking forward to continue to fund through Measure M is to purchase tools that are kind of data-driven to lead us to decision-making. What that means is that when we have a prospective business looking to relocate to Vacaville, that we're able to incorporate some quantitative data and from that get an economic impact report on the economic impacts of a company moving to Vacaville. At this time, our total operating budget is $1 million, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
I don't see any questions, but thank you for the efforts and to the city manager and staff beforehand, because this is an investment into our future in a proactive way. So this is very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Next, we're going to have Finance Director Ken Matsumiya.
Thank you, Leslie. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. So in the finance department, we have 31 budgeted positions, including the recommended augmentation. We currently have 2 vacancies. Those budgeted positions are spread over the following divisions: administration, accounting, the budget team, who are the people that you see at this table this evening, revenue, disbursements. So these are the divisions that collect payments and also issue payments. And then also utility billing and water meter reading is also done within the finance department. Highlights for the upcoming fiscal year on what we're going to be working on. This first item is related to what was brought up in business from the floor this evening. So relaunching the budget transparency portal. That the last time that has been updated is through 2022. And so that is one of the things that we're focusing on in the upcoming years to get that transparency tool relaunched, and so that our residents or anybody interested could really look at how the budget is tracking throughout the year in addition to the budget updates that we do. Additionally, we're looking at expanding our online payment capabilities to kind of enhance that customer service experience. This third bullet point on implementing new accounting standards related to subscription-based IT agreements. Our auditor previewed this a couple of months ago when we had the audit presentation. Seems like every couple of years that the Government Finance Officers Association and the board puts out these new rules and things that we need to report on. Several years ago was unfunded liabilities, last year was leases, and so the new requirement this year is on kind of software contracts. So whether it's Microsoft, Adobe, putting that on our financial statements and showing sort of what the city's commitment and what we're obligated to pay in the future. So adding more transparency there. And then the final bullet point under highlights is this is related to what Tim was talking about previously with the different economic development biomanufacturing initiatives that are going to be coming up. There's going to be some large construction costs related to that. And there could potentially be this opportunity to work with those developers on having the tax that's associated with the fixtures that need to be put in, having that tax all come to the city of Vacaville as opposed to that use tax, a percentage of it kind of going to a county pool, and then we just get a percentage, and other cities also get a portion of that pool as well. So that's something we'll be working on as those construction projects come on board. For the recommended augmentations, there is one for an assistant director position, and so this position, if approved, would oversee the different divisions in the finance department in collaboration with the finance director. It would add capacity to the department to do a lot of the financial analysis that we need to do for the upcoming initiatives. So whether it's the EIFD items that we've talked about, the energy initiative items as well as kind of take care of some of the backlog of things that we have. So like the financial transparency, the budget transparency portal, relaunching that. These are going to be things that that position would help kind of move along. And then additionally, just from a staff development standpoint, it does add another step in the career ladder for somebody to really learn everything involved in finance before the director position. We do not receive any measure of funding in the finance department, and our total operating budget is $5.5 million. And I'd be happy to take any questions about the department.
Thank you. The one question I would just be helpful, the assistant director, that's an important position, but can you just explain how much more that can add value given the size of the city and the budget and the demands? Because I know there's a lot of pressure on you and the staff, and it's about capacity to do the things that you're not doing. So just a better understanding also of really what that gives us.
Sure. I think selfishly speaking for this, I think it does help add capacity for me. I think whether it's the budget or accounting or the different things that we come to council with, I have to be heavily involved in that, and really what this assistant director position will help do is really allow me, I think, to kind of focus on some areas, and this assistant director can focus on others. So it does give us more bandwidth there. We do have managers in the finance department. So, Leslie is one of our budget managers. We also have an accounting manager as well. The thing about those manager positions is that they are very focused in their particular areas. You don't really have another position other than mine where you're looking at kind of all the finance. And so that's really what we're trying to get, is having another person that kind of is exposed to all the different areas of finance.
Thank you. Yes.
If I could, I think Ken's being a little bit modest, and so I'll embellish on that a little bit.
Figured he is.
Yeah.
How busy he works.
One of the strategic plan goals is, ensure fiscal sustainability and long-term health and everything. And included in that is exploring and identifying alternative financing methods and so forth. And so things like the enhanced infrastructure financing districts and looking at our existing deficiencies with CFDs and LLDs and all that sort of thing. We need to get more creative, and Ken is the right person to do that, but he needs some time to get back in his schedule to do that. So not only is it a good structural piece for succession planning in the department, which is very important priority of mine, but it's also going to give us the opportunity to go out and find those other opportunities to help ensure fiscal sustainability is a priority. And we're very thankful that we do have Ken and his team, but they need that help. So it will be a big piece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next we will hear from Fire Chief Chris Conception.
Good evening again. Hopefully for not as long as the previous time I was up here, but here to present the fire department budget. Starting off with our divisions in the fire department, the great majority of our fire department is made up of operations, and that includes, it's actually kind of a misnomer. It's up there as suppression. It should be all risk emergency response, and then EMS and emergency transport. And then another one of our divisions is fire prevention, and under fire prevention is also code enforcement. That's getting busier and busier. And then the remaining is administration and training. As far as the highlights of our fire department budget for this upcoming year is the apprentice program. We're already seeing some really good things and hearing some really good things for the apprentices that are out on the floor. It's really seemed to motivate the rest of the firefighters. In fact, I'm getting comments about how the firefighters that are on the floor enjoy having them on there because it's motivating them to go out and train. So it's been really good. And then another thing is we will have another academy starting in January and graduating in April of 2024. This academy is to fill the remaining vacancies that we have. We still have about 5 vacancies after these 2 laterals that we have in a current academy hit the floor. And then hopefully, and then we'll have some upcoming retirements at the end of this year. So hopefully by April or mid-May of 24, we'll actually be fully staffed. And then as far as our recommended augmentations, we've got the hazmat JPA annual fee that's being increased from $10,000 a year to $25,000 a year. That additional $15,000 a year is to fund a lease purchase option for a hazmat vehicle that's sorely needed by the hazmat JPA. And there was a question in the previous meeting as far as if all of the agencies are paying this, and there are 11 members of the JPA, and each member of the JPA is getting their dues increased from $10,000 a year to $15,000 a year. The county actually has 4 portions of that because of the 4 fire districts. And so they're going from $40,000 a year to $60,000 or $100,000 a year. And then the other recommended augmentation that we have is based on the discussion that you had at your strategic planning meeting. We're going to get a consultant to do a standards of cover study to confirm some of the information that we're looking at as far as moving the deployment of our resources right now. Primarily, do we still need to move, and I think we still do need to move the truck from Station 74 to Station 72, and what does that mean as far as our resources are concerned? Make sure that our resources are deployed optimally. So that, I believe, is a $50,000 augmentation that we're recommending. And as far as Measure M funding, what it's funding for the fire department right now, the apprentice program, which is successful, the neighborhood cleanup pilot program, that is a successful program that you've seen the improvements that you make, and we're doing 2 of those a year. I think it's appreciated by the residents. So hopefully we'll be able to continue that. And then the property abatement program, improving some properties that sorely need it. Our total operating budget is for this next fiscal year is $39.3 million. And presentation, be happy to answer any questions you might.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. The neighborhood cleanup pilot program. I'm very new to the council, and I know a few districts have had recent cleanup days. How are they determined? Is each district able to do it annually or twice a year, or would you tell me a little?
So we do the program, we're doing it twice a year now. We had started at one time a year. Now we've increased to twice a year. And what we do is our code enforcement folks go out and, it's kind of, they get all the complaints. And then from there, Jill, our fire marshal, goes out and she looks at different neighborhoods to see, what neighborhoods could use a neighborhood cleanup. And then she'll recommend, based on the neighborhood team or the NT meeting or the neighborhood team meetings we have, as well as her own assessment, she'll recommend maybe 4 to 6 different areas. And then we will drive that with City Manager Bush, with Jill and myself, and take a look at those and then figure out which of the neighborhoods would get for that particular time, get the most bang for the buck, if you will. Hope that makes sense.
What point, how far in advance are the neighborhoods notified that the cleanup is going to occur in their area?
I want to say between 2 and 3 months before we start looking. Once we determine which neighborhood we're going to do the cleanup, probably about 3 to 4 months in advance. And then once the neighborhood or that particular neighborhood has been determined, then our code enforcement folks go out there and go door to door and let the folks know and ask if they want to participate. About 2 to 3 months prior to the actual day.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. The total operating budget here is really a gross operating budget. I mean, you bring in a lot of city because of the ambulance service. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. That is the one advantage that we have in the city of Vacaville, is that that is our operating budget, but that's not the total. The hit on the general fund is really much less. Thank you for bringing up that point, because of the fact that the revenue that's generated by our ambulance transport, as well as the paramedic tax, and then also the intergovernmental transfer, or the IGT, that comes in as a result of the ambulance transport.
Councilmember Ritchie.
So I know it's late. I'll try to be really brief, but under measuring and funding, that apprentice program, it's just a line item, but we easily just skip over it. It is late, but that's amazing. I will not take credit. I went to the wrong address initially. I thought I was going one place, and I actually went to the town hall they had at the Three Oaks Community Center when they first had a couple hundred young men and women in that room. And it was special. I mean, I saw a crowd that was so diverse and full of energy and excitement. And we watched them matriculate through to, a lot of us were here present at the ceremony when we watched these families come together. I know on paper it's a program, but what you guys, what we're creating in Vacaville, like, that was awesome to see what that program brought to fruition. And so it's not just a number or a line item, but what I saw, that was beautiful. So I appreciate the vision, and then we all got behind it. But that program is really changing the face and a lot of what you expect to see as people serving in public safety and fire, like that. It was the passion that they had was awesome. So I mean, money well spent. That was awesome. It's more than just providing firefighters. You're changing people's thoughts of where they can go for a career and how they can give back to their community.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks to the council in making and having a vision and making an investment in our future.
Thank you, Chief.
Next, we'll have the Director of Housing and Community Services, Emily Cantu.
Good evening.
Good evening. So the Housing and Community Services Department operates with 4 divisions. We have our administration division, and they do department-wide office management and administrative duties. Our housing division includes all of our housing-related programs. We have our Section 8 rental subsidy programs, a housing counseling center, and then affordable housing programs. The Community Services Division includes the Community Development Block Grant programs and projects, including the CDBG CARES funds, city homelessness initiatives, including work with the Regional Cap Solano Joint Powers Authority. Highlights for the coming year, we are going to be able to open our waiting list for the Vacaville Housing Authority later in the fall. We will be relaunching a first-time homebuyer down payment assistance loan program, long name, but we're excited about that. It's been a few years since we've had funds for that program. We'll be working on implementing components of the housing strategy and the housing element, and also the Brown Street Park Community Center and office building. Augmentations this year include eliminating a full-time housing technician position. It's a limited term position we are no longer in need of, and instead converting a part-time office assistant to a full-time office assistant. We don't receive any Measure M funding, and our total operating budget is $41.6 million. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks for everything. So under the highlights, the relaunching of the first-time homebuyer program, that's amazing. So can you kind of go into that a little bit?
Yes, happy to do so. Thank you for the question. So over time, the department or the city has received repayment of prior first-time homebuyer loans through a state grant program. Those funds must be reused. For a first-time homebuyer program, we've accumulated about $350,000 that we can use to relaunch. It's called the HOME program, the Home First-Time Homebuyer Program. So that will be available to households that are earning 80% or less of median income, and it's the gap financing between their down payment and just the gap in closing costs and other funds to be able to obtain their first home here in Vacaville.
Okay. So how much what is the average gap that we contribute per person?
I think as we relaunch the program, we're going to take a look at that gap again. Our last program offered up to $75,000.
Okay. So I'll be careful what I say. I can't don't give conflict of interest, but like there's amazing programs already available, and I want to make sure we use our money wisely. So Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac have 3% down. There is an amazing program to offer 100% of the 3.5%. So 100% of the down payment, there's already grant funds. And after 6 payments, it's forgiven. So a new home buyer needs to bring in the closing costs only. So 100% of the down payment is a grant. If we could look at using those funds for the closing costs, they could qualify for the house through education. They have to take a class through the state. 100% down payment is covered by grant, not by Vacaville. If we can help them with maybe 50% of the closing costs, we can spread that money so much farther. I mean, closing costs maybe $10,000 on a $400,000 or $500,000 house, maybe. If we do $5,000 and let them bring $5,000, you can't even rent an apartment for that with down payment all the first month, and we could really spread that money out and help a lot of families. So with our wonderful legal staff, I'll figure out how much I can help. But the state has amazing programs. We just got to utilize it. You know, like I don't want like 5 families to get the money. We can really spread it out. But that's my suggestions.
Okay, thank you for the information. We'll definitely look into it. Yeah.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Brown Street Park Community Center Office Building, is your department anticipating on moving to this office building, or can you expound on this?
Yeah, so in the coming year, we do have the grant, the state grant, to start to actually build and construct the park and the community center. The office building there's not fully, the funding to fully fund that has not been identified yet, but we are getting through the design process so that we can determine what those costs are and then start seeking funding sources such as another grant. So it's kind of a 2-phase project, in other words. We're starting with the park and community center because we've secured the funds, and then we're just moving forward slowly with the office building while we look for funding sources.
Been a long time coming, so it is a highlight because there's progress.
It's been a while.
That's right. Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the Director of Human Resources, Jessica Bose.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Human Resources is made up of the following divisions: administration, payroll and benefits, recruitment and classification, workers' compensation and safety, and labor and employee relations. Through our requested augmentations, our highlights for this coming year would be the addition of an analyst position that can help with ongoing recruitments, increased training, and succession planning for within our department. Leadership training and career development, we'd like to bring that back. We haven't had it in quite a few years, with a focus on organizational culture that will address the strategic plan item. We are transitioning the first responder wellness app and counseling services from PD and fire to human resources. That's part of the augmentation request of $145,000. And labor negotiations will begin with 9 out of our 11 groups in the second half of the fiscal year. So again, our requests are human resources analyst position, citywide training funding, and public safety wellness training. Funding. We have no Measure M funding, and our total operating budget is $3.3 million. Are there any questions?
Member Chapman.
Thank you for your report. Workers' comp. How are we, as a city our size, how are we doing with the numbers of employees that are enrolling in workers' comp due to on-the-job injury? Is it running relatively high? Are we on the low side? Are we in the co-op where if we run low, then we get a percentage of our comp money returned to us?
We are self-insured, so we don't get anything returned to us.
Okay.
We are self-insured like any other agency that employs safety employees, because no insurance company will insure us. So we participate in what's called a pool. It's a pooled plan for excess insurance. We cover anything up to the first $350,000 of a workers' comp claim, and then our excess insurance covers any amount above that. I think we're about average with our number of claims. Just like with any agency, though, that employs safety employees, one claim can really change that, just a single claim if there's a bad accident or a bad injury.
Now, I can understand in our public safety, like our police officers and the firefighters, due to the extreme level of stress that goes on in their careers. In the other departments, is there a common type of injury, workers' comp claim that we're seeing, such as if they're out, maybe public works, if they're out in the field, and we're having quite a few of them that are, what's common out there? Where's Brian? What's common out there that they may complain about? And the reason I'm asking this, would there be a need if there's an injury that's common or prevalent among many of the employees? Is there a need for us to look into more safety training or equipment for that department?
Brian can address this during his presentation as well, but I will say our public works and utilities departments who have people out in the field all the time that could very easily be injured quite often do a wonderful job of safety training on a consistent, constant basis. We actually see pretty small amount of claims from them, and when we do, it's more related to a something that wasn't easily prevented. It's not those injuries that are safety related generally. Similar with our office employees, a lot of injuries come from repetitive motion, and we don't see that. We have really good safety plans in place in all of our departments. We do ergonomic assessments with every new employee, and that's whether they work in the office or in the field if needed. So I think our departments have some really good programs in place to avoid that.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just comment that my experience is a very proactive approach between all departments and HR and risk to look for ways for prevention and also to look for patterns that can predict, ways to improve safety. So thank you for all that too. So appreciate it.
Next, we'll have the non-departmental budget presented by our budget manager, Leslie Hoover.
Thank you. So the non-departmental budget is operating costs which are general in nature and not typically associated with any one department. The main services that make up non-departmental budget are general items such as property tax administration charges, the city share of countywide animal services, annual city memberships and agency contributions, in addition to the ongoing operating costs for the radio system, homeless services, and the Measure I library subsidy. Highlights for the upcoming fiscal year is that this will be year 2 of the $2.2 million of additional contribution for CalPERS unfunded liability. In addition, as mentioned earlier for community development, a portion of the one-time implementation costs are budgeted within non-department for the land management software system. Recommended augmentations, we have $25,000 for professional memberships. This is for Solano Local Agency Formation Commission. This is the state mandated boundary commission responsible for coordinating logically and timely changes in local government boundaries. We have $48,000 for local contribution to agencies. And this makes up $15,000 for our upgraded membership to the Executive Leadership Committee with Travis Community Consortium. $20,000 increase for the 24 annual contribution for DBBID, taking it from $55,000 to $75,000. And then $13,000 for adding the Dixon Greenbelt Alliance. The total operating budget for non-departmental is $6.9 million, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have Reggie Hubbard, the Director of Parks and Recreation, next.
Good evening again. Councilmember Roberts, I'm just very impressed with your French, so the next time we meet with Landify, you can come and translate for us. For Parks and Recreation, the division and services include recreation programs and activities, facility operations, park planning and administration. The recreation program and activities include programs such as TGIF, our Creek Walk concert series, which starts this Friday, aquatics programming, and therapeutic recreation. Our facility operations include the Ulatas Community Center, Three Oaks Community Center, and our Vacaville Performing Arts Theater, as well as our McBride Senior Center. Park planning includes master planning of parks and design of parks. Our administration includes our Park and Rec Commission, as well as our Arts Advisory Committee. Some of the highlights that we have this coming year include a department operational assessment. And although we're not asking for any additional staffing at this point, once the assessment is done, we may be asking for requesting additional staffing. We want the consultant to come in and look at our org chart, our operations, and just to make sure that we're working efficiently. We've never done this in our department, so we want to do that this year. We're making that a priority. The second highlight is pickleball courts and programming. You guys have heard from the pickleball community and the tennis community. They've come to commission. They come to the city council meetings. Last week, our Parks and Rec Commission approved 2 tennis courts at North Orchard Park to be converted to 6 pickleball courts. So they're excited. We've heard them, and we're going to make that happen this fiscal year. We're also making our one-day Vacaville event a 2-day event. Through surveys that has been requested by the participants at that event. Some of you attending that event, very popular. This is our 4th year doing it, so we're going to turn it into a 2-day event. We do have our arts and culture master plan. The RFP went out initially. We didn't get a great response, so we sent it out again today. We're giving consultants a longer time period to submit their proposals. The deadline for that master plan is July 27th, so hopefully we'll get several proposals that we can review. We can get our arts groups going this next fiscal year. And lastly, our multi-purpose rec center design. We did set money aside to design the multi-purpose rec center, which was a priority for our commission and a priority for, #1 priority for the city council. So hopefully we can get into the design phase for that this year. Our recommended augmentations include a park ranger truck. We have 2 park rangers, but we have 1 truck, so that makes it kind of tricky when you're scheduling. Our Measure M funding includes the youth scholarship program. It was a pilot program when Measure M funding was first initiated. We've been provided $100,000 each year. We're requesting that we increase that to $150,000 this next coming year because we use it every year. And our total operating budget is $10.8 million. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
Councilmember Stockton.
I just wanted to say Vacaville is very lucky to have you, Mr. Hubbard. We're very appreciative to have you in Parks and Rec. I appreciate the work you and your team have done for our community and bringing us amenities and fun things for us to do with our family. So thank you.
I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Just real quick, what does the park ranger do? I mean, besides Lagoon Valley, do we have other big parks that we need park rangers for? Or?
Magnolia Park, all of our parks, Andrews Park, they stay busy. Of course, they do help the police department assist with the homeless issues in some of the parks. Primarily at Lagoon Valley Park, they issue citations. But we do have some rogue users at some of our parks that don't have reservations, and so they'll make sure that they check to make sure each park attendant has the reservations at our community parks. So, and they do a lot of education as well on park policies.
Thank you, Reggie.
Next, we'll have the Chief of Police, Ian Schmutzler.
Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, members of the council, good evening. I'm happy to be here to present our portion of the budget discussion for this second session. So in the police department, we have divisions that consist of our patrol division, investigative services, clinical services, professional standards, and the new one that's up there is personnel and training. And I'll get to thanking you for that here shortly. We love our acronyms in the police department. So other than traffic and vice, we now have the acronym SOUP. Our crime impact team, special victims unit, investigative services section, youth services section, community response unit, family resource center. First is family investigative response services team, property and evidence, criminal intel, PAL records, VIPs, and there's actually more. The highlights for this upcoming year. First, I just wanted to again say thank you very much to this council. Less than 4 months ago, on February 28th, you approved 6 positions for the police department based on the results of the OIR audit. And that allowed us to create this personnel and training division, which is sort of an administrative division with 6 new staff members. This allows us to focus one half of what used to be the Office of Professional Standards on compliance, and the other half specifically on internal affairs, with the proper level of staff to be able to do that very, very well, effectively, and as transparently as possible, which is the expectation we have of ourselves and the community has of us. Also, community policing outreach was something last year that we talked about, and we had our community policing forums. We want to continue with that this year. I'll get a little bit more into that when we talk about recommended augmentations. So I'll jump in there. Safety equipment. The two main items that we're asking for when it comes to safety equipment is ballistic helmets for all of our staff. The ones that we have currently are about 20 years old, and they have a lifespan of about 5-ish years. So we do need to get new ballistic helmets for all of our sworn staff. The other portion of the safety equipment are rifle plates or rifle plate vests. Those are unique because they're actually assigned to the vehicle, not to the actual person. So there'll be one set of rifle plates in each vehicle. These are designed for worst case scenario. You have an active shooter or somebody that's firing a rifle, which frankly will go right through a normal ballistic vest. It'll allow that officer, that staff member to put on the plates. They're very heavy and bulky. That's why they don't wear them regularly. But if we do have a significant incident where rifle fire is involved, this will allow them that extra level of protection. An additional augmentation recommendation is community engagement. We have Amber McCabe, who is our community outreach specialist. She's probably done more in just over the year that she's been in that role than we've ever done before. She is incredible. She gets out to, you name the event, she's there. She does pop-up events. She creates events for us. So we've actually are requesting a budget for her so she can have all the goodies and the things that really attract kids and community members to her at these different events, so that again continues to allow us for further connection and engagement. Hiring and recruitment, the new personnel and training division, again, thanks to the council and your show of support for public safety in the police department, we've been happily inundated with requests to hire lateral police officers that either live in Vacaville or close by, and that the vast majority work down in the Bay Area. And with your support and the changes that were made to make us as competitive as we are a lot closer to being fully staffed than I would have imagined at this point. So thanks so much. The folks in that new division are working very hard, but it's good hard work. So thanks again for that. Small equipment, software, and maintenance contracts. Though there's a lot of technology that goes into running the police department, especially in dispatch. So there's a lot of maintenance contracts and software upkeep that must be paid for. So that's essentially catching up with some of those contracts that we needed to. Kind of jumping off of that, one of the questions that came up at the last session, I think, and I was asked to talk about a little bit, was the leveraging of technology when it comes to our staff. And I just want to let the council know that we are currently working with a consultant to see what a real-time information center would look like. We're also seeking the California Bureau of State Community Corrections grant for several $1 million that the mayor signed a letter of intent for us. So we'll be coming back to you hopefully in October when the funds are dispersed to help us decide what we want to do in terms of this real-time information center. So I know that was a question that came up last council meeting. I wanted to address that real quick. Measure M funding is the Family Resource Center. They have dozens and dozens of services that help out our folks in this community with mostly significant immediate basic needs. So that's that. And PAL program funding, again, the council added staff to our PAL program last year. Junior Giants kicks off tomorrow at 4:30. If anyone's around Owl Patch Park, please stop by. I'm supposed to throw out the first pitch, but I have to do it underhand because I can't throw with this arm anymore. So we've added staff. We've doubled that program, thankfully. Last year we had to turn away over 60 kids. This year, not the case. We have the staff, we have the equipment, we have the folks ready to do it. So PAL's up and running. And our total operating budget is $55.5 million. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Chief. I'm glad you brought up the real-time information center. Very interested in that. I think it's a great service to our community, and I think it's a great way to take some of that burden off of our dispatchers as well that are busy enough. As far as the ballistic vest, though, I know that there are a lot of police departments or sheriff's offices that assign, like the steel plates to vehicles. But we have come so far in technology in the lives of the people that work in your department to protect us. There are lightweight plates that actually can be fit to the size of the person that would be so valuable. I mean, I couldn't imagine the fact if we're going to spend money on plates, I personally would almost suggest that we try to get something lightweight that they could potentially wear all the time that's lightweight and actually fitted to the size of the person. Because I know that technology exists, and I don't think it's a exorbitant amount of money more. I'm not sure of that, but.
Right. I can definitely, again, with that new division that you all helped create, we have the staff that would be able to effectively research that and look at what that would cost and what that would take.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Great presentation. So quickly, that was pretty cool. As all the kids are now running around Vacaville, school's out. What time is that tomorrow?
It's at 4:30 at Owl Patch Park.
Like, yeah. That's put that out to all the kids.
And Chief Conception Dodger fans are allowed to be there as well. Not encouraged, but allowed.
And the second one was the community engagement. Officer McCabe, I've actually seen her out too. I talked about that bullet point for a lot when I was campaigning, and kind of maybe too much information sometimes. But when I was a kid growing up, community engagement cops is important. I said it when I was campaigning, like after campaigning, like if you guys came to us and said, "Hey, listen, we're burning out our ACs because cops are driving around the windows down as they're kind of chucking up deuces and chucking up like waving at kids," like there's no cost. I mean that. To me as a kid, I was riding my BMX bike and a cop would wave at us. I mean, it breaks down that wall. It seems kind of trivial, but like when you're a little dude rolling around Vacaville and all of a sudden a cop drives by and it stares at you and waves, it breaks down that. It's like that curtain, that wall comes down. It's like any form of community engagement. It's really important. I remember when I was a kid, it meant a lot. It meant a lot when cops would just pull over and start talking. And it just, like that's whatever that budget is, just let us know because it means a lot. Because it's a way to invest in the youth and make sure we start retraining the way that they feel this divide between the youth and public safety and cops. And like, it means a lot. So just please come back with that.
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm a product of that, like that. Just, figuring that out.
Couldn't agree with you more.
I was not doing wheelies. I was not that good. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
This is more for finance than police specifically, but on the next part of our budget, is that when we're going to talk about the cost of these recommended augmentations? Because I mean, there's quite a bit here. So do you have an idea what this would additional cost be, or is that the next part of our budget?
So like a summary of the augment of everything?
Just like, I mean, on the ones that have augmentation, we've never said, oh, it would cost about this much. So I'm just wondering. Oh, these are the ones that were before? Oh, I thought these were additional recommendations. All right, thanks. I don't recall the amount.
We have the amount if you'd like to have the amount, but like what the city manager said, it was presented in that first study session. But if you want the amount, we have it right here.
Other questions, I will just say thank you. And you actually said something that I think a lot of us wanted to hear, and that is the recruitment and hiring is working. So
yeah, far better and faster than we anticipated. So thank you again for your support with that.
Very important. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have the Director of Public Works, Brian McLean.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. The Public Works Department in general, we design, build, and maintain the city's infrastructure assets. We also operate several critical programs, including the city's ADA program, our solid waste recycling program, and our public transportation program. We are a team of 104 full-time staff, all coming in every day to make the city of Vacaville a better place to live. We are organized around 4 distinct divisions, including the maintenance division, the engineering division, and the traffic engineering division, and finally the administration section. In terms of significant changes, we've had a couple over the last 12 months, very significant. We are continuing to strengthen the foundation of our department. Over the last 12 months, we've had approximately 7 individuals who have retired or exited. 5 of those individuals being at the supervisory or above level. So quite a change in the leadership and structure of the department, and that's a good thing because it brings in fresh eyes and fresh blood and reinvigorates the department. So we're firing on all cylinders, I think. The second big thing is that in December of last year, the State Water Resources Control Board, they issued a new updated general order related to our field utilities crew. In that general order was essentially a new caveat that our field utility staff must now reside within the organizational umbrella of the sewer utility, in this case, our utilities department. So within the time frame allotted and required by the regulation on June 5th, we had 22 full-time employees in our field utilities section in Public Works transition over to the utilities department. That is a big change, and we are working with, I am working with my colleague Justin Cole, or the Director of Utilities, going through the process of identifying, those issues that we need to ensure to mitigate any kind of issues with response to emergencies and protocols and procedures that were Public Works that will now be transferred over to the Utilities Department. We have 3 proposed FTE augmentations this year. The first in our maintenance division is our street supervisor for the concrete and storm drainage section. Currently, we have 1 supervisor in streets that is supervising 17 employees across 4 different sections. Just an inefficient organizational structure, and so we're asking for an additional street supervisor so that we can split the duties between the 2, have streets and traffic safety, and then have concrete and storm drainage along with the other section of the traffic safety piece. The other augmentation request we have is for an engineering services division office engineer. Currently, our inspectors are performing the bulk of our construction administration work instead of spending most of their time out doing the inspection work that they should be doing. This is a result of the Great Recession. This was one of those scenarios where more work was put on fewer people during that downturn. And so we would like to be able to correct that organizational issue, bring in an office engineer, put the inspectors back to work doing full-time inspection, and have that office engineer work on the construction administration piece. Finally, we're asking for in the traffic engineering section, an engineering technician. Since the year 2000, the number of traffic signals has increased by 36%, as I'm sure you're aware. The lane miles have increased by 327% as the city has continued to grow. And in spite of this growth in our network, our road network across the city, we are still running with 3 traffic engineers, the same level, it's not the same 3, but the same 3 traffic engineering positions that we had in the year 2000. So what's happening here is our traffic engineers are not doing as much engineering work as they are engineering work plus administrative work in the technician area. So again, a structural element that we'd like to be able to correct. I'd like to be able to put those traffic engineers to much further use in the traffic engineering of the engineering work rather than pushing paper. So those are the 3 FTE positions that we are requesting. In addition, somehow the Public Works Department got a very long list of services and supplies recommendations. So I'll buzz through these fairly quick. $13,200 for Mariposa Neighborhood Center landscaping. The Levin has stopped doing the landscaping there, and Public Works is coming in to pick it up. $70,000 for the repair of a traffic signal communication issue on Monte Vista. We've got a cable that is connected to 5 subsequent downstream lights that have been impacted. And that funding will allow us to be able to go out and fix and repair that issue to those particular traffic signals. $47,000 for open space cattle fencing. This actually was a question that came up at the last budget session. We have some open space located at the end of Marshall Road that parallels California Drive. The city executed an agreement with the property owner in the area. That was back in 1998, where the property owner, she was cattle grazing herself, and we allowed that adjacent property owner to cattle graze our open space. Subsequently, we found out last year that this individual, she's wanting to retire, and with that, she would like us to put up a fence to prevent our cattle as we move forward to have the area grazed. She doesn't want the cattle on her property, so that's what the fencing is for. $120,000 for a fire alarm system, an upgrade to the fire alarm system at VPAT and the police department. These two systems are well out of age. They only last about 20 years before they need to be fundamentally changed. We are actually in the process of our facilities staff of making parts to ensure that those systems work. So we would like to have those replaced as soon as possible. $85,000 for a storm drainage inlet at the end of Iroquois to be repaired. We had an inlet that is attached to the Encinosa detention basin. In the last storm event that we had a blowout, and the inlet essentially sunk. So we're looking for additional funding to be able to effect repairs there. $160,000 for invasive species removal on Eulatis Creek. This was a question at the last budget session. Just to give you a sense of the limits, think about Andrews Park and Eulatis Creek, going from Monte Vista all the way down past up to McClellan. So it's a fairly long stretch. There is a Rundo and Tree of Heaven that has gone wild in the creek. The cost is $160,000, which we are requesting. That's the going rate to have a contractor come out with the biological monitoring for the removal of those invasive species. $85,000 in solar lighting for the Play for All Park. This again was another question that came up at the last budget study session. There's no electric at the park. The cost to bring in electric to Play for All Park 2 years ago was approximately $600,000. It's an expensive endeavor. That being said, public works staff met with Parks and Recreation staff as long as the police department, and we walked the site to identify those lighting needs. After that, we consulted with had a photovoltaic and a photometric study performed on the site to identify the best locations to have solar lighting installed. The lighting that we've selected is good for at least 10 years, so it's robust. And at $85,000, I expect it to last the full 10 years. As far as Measure M augmentations, we have the 3 FTEs. These are continuing from this current fiscal year and moving forward into the next budget. 3 FTEs, there are 2 in streets and 1 superintendent. The budget for the maintenance of Play for All Park, Walter Graham Aquatic Center maintenance for deferred maintenance and continuing to keep that aquatic center in good shape. And then traffic street striping and graphics so that we could put more yellow lines down on the road and white fog lines over the course of the next year. The operating budget for next year is proposed at $33.5 million. And there was a question about safety program. Public Works has had a very robust safety program over the last 2 decades. We actually have a safety award program that we developed, so there is an encouragement in terms of both monetary and then swag, and then eventually you get to a certain number of years without an accident, and you get days off and other amenities, so which has been very helpful. We also do tailgates and exercise routines with staff on a regular basis. The biggest thing that we face out at in Public Works with our level of employees is back injuries. It's lifting issues. You know, take the time to use your legs to lift. It's a message that we constantly have to ensure that the staff are hearing. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate all the hard work that you and your team do. Real quick, one question I have is the total operating budget for this year, that's with all the augmentations, subtracting all the field utility staff, is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
That will slide up.
Yes.
Got it. Great, thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, just wanted to thank you for answering all my questions and taking the time. I'm looking forward to seeing those lights out there at Play for All, but also the hard work that your folks are doing. I'll tell you what, I drive through cities. I work transportation at the Sheriff's Department, so I'm driving all around California. And Vacaville has some of the most beautiful streets, parks, and amenities around, and that's because of the hard work your folks do and having you at the helm, keeping our city great. Really just appreciate all the work that you.
I appreciate that, council member. We really do have a strong team. There's so many of us that live in the city, and we give it our all, absolutely everything, every day.
It shows.
Yeah, thank you. And for those who don't know, the level of teamwork, because there's so many other, whether it's commissions or other boards, Salon of Transportation, there's more than just the work you're doing every day, and not lost on some of us. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you.
Okay, our final department will have the Director of Utilities, Justin Cole.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The Utilities Department is responsible for managing two enterprise funds, one being the Water Fund and one being the Sewer Fund. So I get the privilege of having two slides tonight. The Water Fund is really the sole responsibility of treating and delivering safe potable water to our residents. And to do that, we have the services that they're required to do that are water operations, maintenance, water quality, our administrative group, utilities engineering, utilities billing, meter reading, and fuel utilities distribution. Some of the highlights for this year's budget, Brian touched on the fact that due to the WDRs by the state, the waste discharge requirements, the collection crew and the distribution crews are going to be moving to the fuel or to utilities department going forward. It's not so much of a budget change as we've always funded those positions out of the enterprise funds in the past. It's just they've been managed directly through Public Works. Going forward, we can reinstitute the pre-COVID billing payment process. So the moratorium on utility bills is going away. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up on some past due bills. There are no recommended augmentations, no Measure M funding. One thing to note, we are currently in the process of putting a water rate study together to evaluate our current water rates. We're hoping to have that completed by the end of the year. Our total water fund operating budget is $26.8 million. The sewer fund is very similar to our water fund. In this, the whole sole operation is to collect, treat, and dispose of the wastewater for our residents. To do that, we have the wastewater operations group, the maintenance group, the water quality group, pre-treatment, utilities engineering, administration, and field utilities collections. The highlights are similar. The recommendations for augmentations are none. Measure M funding is none. And just like the water fund, we're doing a sewer rate study, and hopefully we'll have that done by the end of the year as well. Our total operating budget for sewer is $39 million.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, but again, appreciate all you and your team do, especially all the extra duties as assigned, obviously with Sloan Water Agency. you're more than just serving the city here, you're also serving our.
Thank you.
So that concludes the operating budget presentation. We do have the CIP presentation next, but before we move on to that, if there are any other general questions or comments that council has, we'd be happy to take them at this point.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm here to present the CIP budget for the fiscal year 23-24. I'll try to hurry through this at the time of day we're at. This year's CIP budget is approximately $56.8 million, and this chart shows the proposed percentages of various funds being allocated to projects for the proposed budget. Impact fees are the highest fund source with 63%. Utility funds are 13% for sewer and 6% for water. Gas tax is 7%, Measure M 6%, general fund, grant, and other funds make up the remaining 5%. This slide shows the amount of available development impact fees for budgeting over the last 5 years. These fees are directly correlated to the amount of private development that happens within the city. And the DIF funding that is available for projects for this fiscal year is approximately $39.7 million. This slide shows the amount of general fund that was allocated for CIP projects over the last 5 years. And as you can see, the amount of general funds utilized for CIP projects for this fiscal year is approximately $1.9 million. And please note that this amount does not include any Measure M funding. Of the $56.8 million proposed for allocation in the budget, $17 million is proposed to fund 9 new CIP projects. And I will share just a few details of some of those projects. We have $125,000 in grant funding to be allocated to the video production studio renovation project. There's $158,000 in general fund money to be allocated to the traffic signal timing project. We have $3 million designated for the downtown specific plan sewer improvements that provide for repairs and upgrades to the city, to the sewer facilities in the downtown specific plan area to meet current city needs and future build out requirements. Another new project is a water plant expansion. The city receives water from Lake Berryessa, which is treated at either the North Bay Regional Water Treatment Plant on Peabody Road or at the city's DE filter treatment plant located near the city's corporation yard. The budget provides funding to assess and identify necessary improvements to one or both of these facilities to increase water capacity and to help meet future demands. The remaining $39.8 million being proposed in the budget will be allocated to 42 existing CIP projects. And I'll highlight just a few of those. One of our biggest CIP projects currently in design is the Vacaville I-505 project. The improvements include a new pedestrian and bike overcrossing, along with improvements to increase the capacity at the ramp intersections on both sides of the interstate. And the budget is proposing to allocate $10.8 million of traffic impact fees to construction of this project. And so wanted to highlight just a few projects that received funding that are going to that the plan is to advertise for construction this year. We have for park projects, there's $516,000 in Measure M to provide funding for construction of 3 neighborhood parks, Pheasant Country, Corderos, and Trower parks. This funding will also be utilized to construct Lagoon Valley Dog Park and Lagoon Valley Archery Range. There's $651,000 in grant funding allocated to the Mariposa Neighborhood Center, and this funding is for various improvements to the interior of the neighborhood center, along with playground equipment and construction of a new dog park. There's $713,000 in general fund to be allocated to the replacement of 2 wooden pedestrian bridges within Lagoon Valley with new steel bridges. And lastly, $64,000 in general fund to be allocated to construction of a sidewalk along Brown Street near Markham School to close the existing sidewalk gap. The project also includes installation of 2 radar feedback signs to indicate when drivers are speeding. This concludes my presentation. I'll turn the time over to City Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Before I wrap this up, which I know we're all anxious to do, just if there's any questions on the CIP budget, our team goes.
Councilmember Chapman.
Freezing Councilmember Chapman. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have to let him know. The capital improvement projects, a lot of this has been ongoing for quite some time, and every now and then I'll bring up traffic over off of Alamo and Peabody in that area, and I understand there have been some studies that have taken place in the area, and I was told that I've been waiting on an update, and I was told it was still in the works. So can I get a status of that since it wasn't on the report?
So I'll be happy to jump in there. So we're working with the Brian's team in the traffic engineering department. We're actually trying to set up a meeting with you to follow up on a variety of those items that your predecessor, Councilmember Sullivan, had started with in terms of those studies and so forth. We're also looking at a methodology to bring back to you and the council as a whole in terms of how to prioritize these requests for, safe routes to schools, for example, and the improvements around different schools. Because we're trying to determine a methodology of how to help prioritize that. And so we're working on it. Gwen Owens, our traffic engineer, has been working feverishly on the probably 100 or so proposed safe route to school projects, to take all those to put them into a report format so that we can submit those to STA so that we can get them on the list. The advantage of what Gwen and her team has done by taking those proposals is being able to put all the, put data to it, prioritize it, put it in a plan, so then it's eligible for funding from the state and from STA. So it's a big undertaking. We're going to be bringing back pieces to you, and from there we'll be bringing back something to the council shortly.
Okay, you're speaking of the STA and the safe route to school and all of that. I'm speaking of safety issues along the corridor of Alamo and Peabody.
And that's the meeting that I'm trying to set up with you.
Oh, that's Gwen. The meeting you want to set up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
So, Mr. Mayor, with that wraps up part 2 of our budget presentation. I appreciate the council's willingness to allow us to go through department by department, but hopefully that gives you some keen insight to what we're doing. And I would just like to thank everyone and staff that's stayed here with us to this late hour to share what you're doing in your departments, and for your commitment to our strategy to be strategic and cautious. So hopefully you see that that's reflected in the budget. At the next step is at your next meeting, we'll be presenting the final budget wrap up for your consideration. And with that, we are done with that particular item. So thank you.
And just to be clear, I think what we saw though, it'll come back for final adoption at the next meeting. And at this point, if I have my notes right, there's only 4 recommended FTEs for this budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yes.
I think it was a higher number than 4. I was keeping track.
For new FTEs based on this fiscal year, is that correct?
Wasn't it 5?
So the fifth one is technically not a new position. It's an exchange for a previously budgeted position.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I know what.
I see what you're saying, yeah. So, yeah. That was in Emily's shop, right?
Actually, Public Works.
Public Works, yes. So thank you very much, and we will look forward to the next council meeting's adoption of the budget. And so with that, I appreciate that. We will move on to item 10, reports of the city manager.
So given the time hour, I don't really have anything to add, except that I will just share with the council at this time that we do have a closed session item. Given the late hour, you do have the discretion as to choose to move forward with that, but I have been advised that our legal counsel's presentation will take all of 5 minutes.